It is 7:02. Where's thank you. I couldn't find my other ones. Okay. Okay, I will call the Milpitas City Council meeting on November 7, 2023 to order. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Hold on.
Here.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Leanne.
Here.
Councilmember Fan. Mayor Montano.
And I'm here. Thank you. And now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Everyone stand. You ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. And now we will do the invocation, and it's my turn this time, so I will do Prayer of Serenity, which is a very popular one in the Christian faith. Okay. So God, grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardship as a pathway to peace, taking our Lord Jesus as he did, as this sinful world as it is, not we would have it, trusting that you will make all things right if we surrender to your will, so that we may be reasonably happy in this life and supremely happy with you forever in the next life. Amen. Thank you, everyone. Okay, the next one is City Attorney. For conflict of interest. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. No. Let me take this. Let me refrain myself. We were going to do presentations right now, but we decided to do it at 8 o'clock because some of the other groups couldn't make it at 7 o'clock. So we will defer that till after this presentation. And then now let's move on to public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided at the live City Council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 2 minutes. So we'll call for speakers. City Clerk, do you have any speakers that would like to make some comments?
I have 2 speaker cards. The first is Stephen Balsbaugh. The second is Vikas Seth.
Okay, please come up. Welcome.
Thank you. And welcome to everyone. Stephen Balsbaugh, Milpitas resident. My message is pretty straightforward. Please come to Hall Park and see your community play pickleball. I know that I'm aware of 2 of you who've been there to Hall Park to see pickleball, but I'm not aware of any of you that have been there at night to come. And that's really the time to come when there's 70 people sharing 24 spots on the court. And the recent data shows that there are more people playing pickleball on 2 tennis courts than there were tennis players playing on the remaining 23, while 6 were empty. November is kind of an anniversary for me. It's a year ago that I started the process to try and get CIP funds for this next year. And about 6 months ago, the council approved $100,000, which is a major milestone for pickleball improvements. To date, 0 money has been spent of that $100,000. And we're still about 4 to 6 months away from any type of deliverable. That's not what we were expecting. Hopefully it's not what you were expecting either. So, there are simple and fair solutions out there. And tennis won't cease to exist in either Hall Park or the city of Milpitas. There is another meeting that's been scheduled. Unfortunately, the pickleball and the tennis community are not allowed to even identify and have their own representative, which we're kind of disappointed in. Tennis and pickleball positions are pretty well known. Usage data is not going to change. So hopefully we can move this along. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Vikas Seth, followed by Voltaire Montemayor.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. My name is Vikas Seth. I'm a Milpitas resident for the last 12 years, and I've been playing tennis at Hall Memorial Park for all those 12 years. I think I was there during last month's meeting as well, and I had shared some data about how these tennis courts have been utilized all the time. Yesterday in the city meeting also, I think respected council member Honlin was there, and I shared some of the data that, let's say, for example, yesterday morning I was at Milpitas library sitting in the silent room. I was the only one person sitting in that silent room. Does that mean that that silent room is not being utilized by Milpitas library and we can rip that off and give it to someone else? No, because if it's not being used on a Monday morning, it's being utilized over the weekend. I think the same thing happens for tennis as well. Like if someone is taking a picture at 11 a.m. on a Friday morning, obviously you won't find anyone on the tennis courts because the kids are at the school and the professionals are working. So you won't find anyone on the tennis court at that time. So I would like to request the city officials to take things into entirety before making any decisions, because all the time it's being shown that the tennis courts are being underutilized. But no, when the tennis courts were made, it was not made that everyone would be present at the tennis court from 6 a.m. till 10 p.m. in the night. No, they are being utilized weekends, weekday evenings, every time the tennis courts are being utilized. So that's one thing. The second thing that I wanted to emphasize was I was looking at the capital improvement plan, and I don't see any money being given to tennis. Like at Milpitas, 3 of the courts are in a poor condition: Hall Park, Tom Abbott, as well as Dixon Landing. So I'm not sure why. On one side, pickleball is being assigned $100,000 for another 2 years, versus there's nothing being assigned to tennis. So I'm not sure why tennis is being considered as a second-class citizen here. And if pickleball has that funding already being issued, then why tennis is being the tennis court? We are talking about ripping off the tennis court. So I surely would like to request city members to kindly consider that. Yeah, pickleball, maybe it's a popular sport, but not at the cost of tennis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming here.
Next, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome, Mr. Montemayor.
My name is Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Yeah, I'm here to encourage people to seek for permit in any repair in their places or houses. I acknowledge Mr. Gray, Mr. Preston, Lauren, the ladies at the window, right there where I applied. They helped me. I even draw my sketch right at the window. And the good thing now is I applied in the afternoon, and it's on the system. The next morning, I had a permit. So within 24 hours, you can have a permit. That's all for the public. And I was here last night. We talk about pickleball court, tennis court. I believe I remember 2 issues. One is the improvement of the courts, which is, it seemed like I didn't go there yet. I know that the subject place, I live a mile away from there, or walking distance. And they said it has to be improved. For me, though, I think one of the main things now is sometimes there are problems among or in between the pickleball players and the tennis players. For me, my sense of analyzing is like at the Hall Park. There's a density of people in that locality, big number of people. They may not be there in the right time as they try to get availability of the court. So in other words, they want to play and they don't want to drive, although there are places to play somewhere, but you have to drive. But it's kind of a little bit of an issue in their family. Now, we cannot blame the pickleball players also because the scarcity, the limited numbers of pickleball playing place. So that's the contradicting issue now. The density of players for tennis and the less number of pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
I have no additional speaker cards.
Anyone from the public that would like to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we will close the public hearing, public announcement. Now we will go on to the conflict of interest. City Attorney Filipasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none.
Thank you. I further ask whether you, Mayor, or any of the members of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for the development projects on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
None.
Vice Mayor Chua,
None.
Councilmember Leanne,
None.
Councilmember Fan,
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a none.
Let the record reflect there are no reported conflicts.
Thank you for that, City Attorney. And now moving on to the reading of the Code of Conduct. So I will read it. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. And now moving on to the approval of the agenda. So is there anyone that would like to make any changes to the agenda? If not, then we will go for a motion. I did mention it earlier that we will be moving the presentations later on, probably about 8 after this, the first item. Okay, so we have Vice Mayor Chua.
So move with the presentation being, later on towards after the consent.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have Councilmember Barbadillo that made us second. So now it's time to make the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. And now we will go on to the consent calendar. And staff, do you have any changes to the consent calendar?
No changes to this consent
Okay.
calendar.
Is the consent calendar okay to proceed as agendized? Council members? Yeah. Okay. Member Lynn?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to remove C6.
C6. Okay, all right, so seeing that, is there anybody else that would like to make any changes? So we are deferring C6. And is there a motion to accept the agenda, removing with the addendum to remove item C6? And we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Move to approve the consent calendar with C6 being removed.
Thank you. Councilmember Lynn,
Second.
and we have a second. So where's it? It was motioned by Vice Mayor and seconded by Councilmember Lynn. Okay, and now we will call for the vote. Actually, we'll do a public comment first, and then we'll do the vote. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on the consent calendar? Is there anyone? No one is on Zoom, so we will go ahead and call for the vote for the consent calendar.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Pham,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. So now we will be moving to approve. We're going to do C6 last. The next one is these are the public hearings. So we will have the public hearing on item 16. So City Manager, would you please read item 16?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We're pleased tonight to present for a public hearing item, a general plan text amendment, a zoning map amendment, site development permit, conditional use permit, tentative map, density bonus permit, tree removal permit, and an environmental assessment. And the assessment includes the full environmental impact report under CEQA for a residential project at 1355 California Circle. And we have our senior planner, Lillian Van Hoa, here to present the staff report. And our planning director, Jay Lee, is also available to help answer questions. And also the applicant is here tonight with a presentation as well. We'll turn the time over to senior planner Van Hoa for the staff report.
Your mic needs to be on. It's not even on. Oh, there, it's on.
Testing. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Thank you, City Manager Thomas, and good evening, Mayor, council members, fellow staff, guests, and residents of Milpitas. My name is Lillian Van Hoa. I'm a senior planner here with the City of Milpitas. As mentioned, the item before you tonight is a request for a development application for Pulte Homes for the property located at 1355 California Circle. Next slide, please. So the application is for a number of different entitlements that include a general plan text amendment, zoning map amendment, a site development permit, conditional use permit, vesting tentative map, a density bonus permit, tree removal permit, an environmental assessment to allow demolition of one industrial building, removal and replacement of 27 ordinance-sized trees, and the development of a multifamily residential project consisting of 13 residential buildings up to 51 feet in height and one residential apartment building up to 78 feet in height for a total of 206 residential units. The project will also include 393 vehicle parking spaces, a 0.32 acre internal park, and associated site improvements on a 6.7 acre site. The developer proposes 31 apartment units for rent at the lower income level and 44 apartment units for rent at the moderate income level, which allows them to invoke the state density bonus law pursuant to Government Code 65915. By invoking the state density bonus law, the developer is eligible for concessions and waivers and parking standards different than the city standards. The picture on the screen is a rendering of the general building design of the proposed apartment building. Next slide, please. Here we see the satellite view of the property outlined in red. The site is located along the northwestern portion of the city, west of Millmont Drive, east of IA-80, and north of Cadillac Court. Next slide, please. The map above demonstrates the project site's current general plan designation. The project is located in the Neighborhood Commercial Mixed Use, or NCMU district, and that's represented by the purple color on the screen. The site is surrounded by other properties with the same land use designation, as well as other residential zones like high-density residential, HDR to the northeast and southeast of the subject site. Next slide, please. The map here demonstrates the project site's current zoning designation. The project is located in the Industrial Park MP zoning district, which is represented by the light gray color. The site is surrounded by other industrial park zone properties, as well as other residential zones like R1-2.5 to the northeast and R3 to the southeast. Next slide, please. On March 9th, 2021, the City of Milpitas adopted General Plan 2040. One of the actions within the general plan is LU-2B, which states, seek to prepare and adopt a specific plan for the California Circle area. On September 21st, 2021, the City Council received a presentation from Jim Sullivan on behalf of Pulte Homes, the applicant, to develop a property within the future California Circle specific plan area. The proposed project included between 203 and 206 residential units, with 75 units designated for below market rate individuals and households. City staff had concerns with the proposed residential project because the subject site is located adjacent to the I-80 freeway and is a prime economic development opportunity for the city. The site is also within proximity to the Newbie Island Regional Landfill, and nearby neighborhoods often experience odors from the landfill and a nearby regional wastewater treatment facility. The City Council directed staff to allow the applicant to pursue the necessary entitlements to develop their project without the preparation of a specific plan to address any land use or transportation issues in the larger area. Next slide, please. The applicant proposes to remove any language from the Milpitas General Plan that requires the preparation or adoption of a specific plan for the California Circle area, specifically General Plan Action LU-2B. The applicant also proposes to remove the policy stating that a residential-only project must be 100% affordable to low and very low income categories within the NCMU General Plan designation, seen on page LU-6. By approving the General Plan text amendment and associated project, the City Council will be given the flexibility to consider a multifamily residential development project at the subject site that provides a public benefit to the current City of Milpitas. Next slide, please. As previously mentioned, the project site is zoned industrial park. So the project site will have to be rezoned in order to facilitate the project. The applicant has proposed to rezone the site to MXC, mixed use, to allow a 100% multifamily residential development with a density of 21 to 30 dwelling units per acre. Furthermore, the MXD district is an implementing zoning district of the general plan and CMU land use designation. The proposed zoning map amendment will provide consistency with the general plan designation. Next slide, please. The project requires a site development permit to develop the 206 residential units. In total, the project would include 131 townhome condominium units spread across 13 multifamily buildings. They will all be 3-bedroom units with 2-car garages, and 21 of them will be side-by-side garages, and the remaining will be tandem. The project also includes 75 apartment units. The building is comprised of studios, 1-bedroom and 2 bedrooms, and 56 spaces within the podium parking structure and 29 spaces adjacent to the podium. The total density proposed for the project is 30.8 dwelling units per acre. The project includes site improvements like guest parking, internal driveways to access the parking garages, 269 new trees, and a 0.32 acre internal park and outdoor amenity spaces. Next slide, please. The project also includes a vesting tentative map, which can only be approved via a conditional use permit. The tentative map will allow the developer to subdivide the property and the units into condominiums where they will be made for sale. Because the subdivision is more than 5 residential units, the City Council has the final decision on the project. The project also requires a CUP for the tandem parking garage configuration. Next slide, please. The project also includes a density bonus permit, which is allowed for projects that incorporate affordable housing units. The City of Milpitas, via our affordable housing ordinance, requires all developers incorporate up to 15% of their total units as affordable units, also known as below market rate or BMR units. The ordinance requires the applicant to not only disperse the affordable units throughout the development, but the units should also be proportionate to the bedroom mix and unit types of the market rate units. The table on the screen shows the number of required affordable units per unit type based on the affordable housing ordinance. 20 townhomes would typically be required at the moderate for sale level, and 11 apartment units will be required at the low income rental level for a total of 31 units. The applicant has proposed to reserve 31 apartment units at the low income rental level on a pro rata basis. So 7 studios, 16 1-bedrooms, and 8 2-bedrooms. The applicant is also reserving 44 apartment units at the moderate income rental level. And any deviations or exceptions from the affordable housing ordinance must be approved by the City Council. Next slide, please. If the applicant is granted an exception to the affordable housing ordinance, the project qualifies for a state density bonus. And since the city has an affordable housing ordinance, which has a greater percentage of affordable housing requirement than the state density bonus law requires, the developer is then granted state density bonus law provisions. And these provisions include a density bonus. So the project is requesting 30.8 dwelling units per acre, as well as any development waivers. And they're seeking a waiver from the front setback, as well as building height. Next slide, please. They're also requesting a parking reduction, as well as parking waivers that include a reduction in guest parking spaces, as well as the use of compact stalls within the development. Next slide, please. In order to demonstrate the parking requirement, staff has created the table above, which shows the parking requirement per the state density bonus law. State density bonus law limits parking spaces and completely removes guest parking spaces altogether. The developer sees value in providing guest parking and 2 car garages for each townhome unit and proposes to develop them into the project, which exceeds the density bonus permit standards and can be approved. Next slide, please. The project's design concept includes 6 3-story 7-plex buildings consistent with existing residential development along California Circle. Next slide. The project also consists of 8 4-story 12-plex residential buildings. The colors and materials were chosen to complement the residential neighborhoods along California Circle. Next slide, please. And lastly, the proposed 6-story multifamily apartment building will be the most prominent facade along California Circle. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the project includes the removal of 27 ordinance-sized trees, which will be replaced with up to 269 new trees. Additional landscape elements include paseos between buildings and an internal park. The proposed park includes a playground, picnic tables, turf, bike racks, a shade sail structure, and a mailbox enclosure. The apartment building will also have amenities like a club terrace and an entertainment terrace. The entertainment terrace includes various seating areas and a dining pavilion. The club terrace will also have lounge furniture and additional seating areas, as well as a grilling station. Next slide, please. The applicant will also pay the following development fees. A public art fee equals to 1/2 of 1% of building development costs, or provide public art on site. And the applicant will also have to pay a park in lieu fee. The city's subdivision ordinance requires new subdivisions to dedicate 5 acres of parkland for every 1,000 persons or payment of park in lieu. Additionally, at least 60% of the parkland requirement must be provided as public parklands on site. The developer proposes 206 units, resulting in an estimated population of 513 new residents. Based on this population estimate, the applicant must provide 2.56 acres of parkland, equivalent to approximately $5.9 million. To satisfy the parkland requirement, the project includes approximately 37,000 square feet of open space. The apartment building, as mentioned, has 2 decks, and there's also the internal 8.32 acre park with facilities for both passive and active recreation. These private recreation areas will be credited against the requirement of dedication for park and recreation purposes. So the project will receive credit for approximately 37,000 square feet of open space, and then will be required to pay the remaining delta equal to $3.9 million. Next slide, please. A notice was published in the Milpitas Post and a sign was placed on the property. The city also sent out approximately 553 postcards informing residents and property owners of the project. Next slide, please. In response to the applicant's request for modifications to the conditions of approval, or attachment K to the council's packet, staff has proposed the following modifications: to strike condition number 34 and leave 49E. Staff has revised the duplicative condition of approval number 49H and replaced 49I with a different condition of approval. modify condition number 49J to say the following. AC pavement base repair as needed and identified by the Public Works Inspector, microsurfacing and pavement restriping the full width of California Circle frontage to the satisfaction of the city engineer. And within condition number 62, to delete the second sentence, modify condition number 65 and 75 to replace the word if with when. And lastly, staff is firm on keeping conditions number 46 and 48 as is. Next slide, please. Additionally, the developer has proposed the following modification to condition number 25, which states that the permittee agrees to diligently pursue an affordable builder acceptable to the city of Milpitas, who will expeditiously, let me repeat that. Permittee agrees to diligently pursue an affordable builder acceptable to the city of Milpitas, who will expeditiously, I think I'm missing a word there, sorry. I'll have to go back and revisit that. But the permittee will be limited to 65% of its units or 85 units receiving certificates of occupancy before a building permit has been issued and construction has begun on the below market rate rental product site. At such time of the rental product beginning construction, the remaining 35% of permittee's units, or 46 units, shall be eligible for release for certificate of occupancy. And secondly, the developer has also proposed to modify condition number 26 to add, furthermore, permittee agrees to work with city attorney's office to include within the affordable housing agreement language that would be of benefit to qualified employees of the Milpitas Unified School District in securing rental opportunities for both low and moderate income units to be provided. Next slide, please. And here is staff's proposal to the modification to condition number 25 in response to the developer's request. So permittee agrees to diligently pursue an affordable builder acceptable to the city of Milpitas, who will expeditiously construct the rental portion of the project. Permittee will be limited to 65% of its units or 85 units receiving certificates of occupancy before a building permit has been issued and construction has begun on the below market rate rental product site. At such time of the rental product beginning construction, 20% of the remaining permittee's units, or 26 units, shall be eligible for release for certificate of occupancy. The remaining 15% of the units, or 20, shall be released for occupancy once the BMR product is complete. Next slide, please. Lastly, the project has been carefully analyzed against state law, the Milpitas General Plan, and the zoning ordinance, which includes findings that include a compatible design with neighboring projects and the proposed general plan text amendment and zoning map amendment. The project is consistent with the goals and policies of the Milpitas zoning ordinance and Milpitas General Plan. For components of the project that are not consistent with the zoning ordinance, they have been rectified per the allowable waivers for the state density bonus law. Lastly, the project meets the conditions of Government Code Section 66474 regarding subdivision law and the Subdivision Map Act. Next slide, please. Upon review of the application for the proposed project, the city determined that the project has the potential to result in potentially significant environmental impacts, and therefore an EIR should be prepared. In accordance with Section 15082 of the CEQA guidelines, the city prepared a notice of preparation for the draft EIR to determine which environmental topics should be analyzed under the environmental impact report. The NOP was circulated on November 14th, 2022 to local, state, and federal agencies and nearby property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site for a 30-day review period that ended on December 14, 2022. A scoping session was held on November 30th, 2022 to solicit comments on potential topics to be analyzed within the draft EIR. The city then prepared the draft EIR and circulated this document for the required 45-day public review on July 7th, 2023. The public review period ended on August 21st, 2023, and a public comment meeting on the draft EIR was held on August 3rd, 2023. Next slide, please. Other than the impact identified above on the screen, all the environmental impacts can be reduced to less than significant levels through implementation of standard conditions of approval or recommended mitigation measures to ensure no impact or requiring no mitigation. The statement of overriding consideration recommends that the City Council certify the EIR, approve a mitigation monitoring program, and make findings that while there are significant, unavoidable impacts, there are other economic, legal, social, technological, environmental, and other considerations that outweigh these impacts and warrant approving the project. Next slide, please. In closing, staff recommends that the City Council, 1, conduct a public hearing and move to close the hearing following comments. 2, consider environmental impact report pursuant to Public Resources Code sections 21080D and 2108.2D and CEQA guidelines section 15064. And 3, adopt a resolution certifying environmental impact report pursuant to the city attorney shall read aloud title of the ordinance and then move to waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce an ordinance amending the zoning map of the city of Milpitas in accordance with the provisions of section 3.03 of chapter 10 of title 11 zoning ordinance of the Milpitas Municipal Code to change the zoning classification of a certain parcel located on the west side of California Circle from the MP Industrial Park Zoning District to the MXD Mixed Use Zoning District. Next slide, please. And adopt a resolution to approve general plan text amendment number GP 22-0001 and adopt a resolution to approve zoning map amendment number ZA 22-0001, site development permit number SD 22-0003, conditional use permit number UP 22-0001, vesting tentative map MT 22-0001, density bonus permit number DB 23-0003, tree removal permit number TR 23-0021, and environmental assessment number EA 22-0002, subject to the findings and the revised conditions of approval. This concludes staff summary of the project. The applicant is also here and has a presentation to make.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Van Hua, and also Lillian Van Hua and Senior Planner. Well, you are the Senior Planner and Planning Director, Jaylee. Now it's time to open the public hearing and call for any comments. Thank you. Well, do you want the from my understanding, we're supposed to be doing the public comments and then do the presentation from the staff, not the staff, but from the developer. Does the developer want to make I guess, go ahead and do the presentation and then we'll do the public comment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Jim Sullivan, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Do you have, Madam City Clerk, do you have my presentation? Great, thank you very much. So I've pared it down somewhat, but this is the 1355 California Circle project. And I know that 3 of the members of the council were here, I think 2.5 years ago, when you had given ours the okay to kind of move forward. Congratulations, Councilmember Barbadillo and Councilmember Flynn. So going forward, next page, please. This is an overview of the site, which you guys have seen already from staff's presentation. Next slide, please. Some site characteristics. So there's a little bit over a 90,000 square foot, 1-story industrial building on the site. It's been vacant, as I understand, for about 8 years or so. And it was our belief that it's kind of obsolete for today's market. Next slide, please. Project characteristics. I think that Lillian did a great job of kind of throwing everything out there. 206 residential units. You could tell by the picture and by some of the slides that Lillian had shown that we're kind of going for a more contemporary style of architecture for the 3 different product types. Next slide, please. So here is a copy of the site plan. And I just wanted to touch on it really, really briefly, because originally when we first came in front of the council, one of the things that we were lacking was kind of an open parkland area. And so we're very happy that in the redesign, we've created something that we think is going to be great, not just for this neighborhood of 206 units, but for the other neighbors nearby. One of the commitments that we had made through the EIR process when several neighbors kind of were commenting on our plan was Pulte's willingness to record a public use easement over this essentially privately owned and privately maintained park. So we're really excited that it's going to be something of benefit, not just to these 206 family people, but for the other neighbors as well. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, before you go. Another change that happened, and this was probably 6 or 8 months ago, you can see off of California Circle, there's a fairly large pedestrian opening that kind of goes right to the park. Originally, that was going to be a private drive. And we've shifted the main private drive for the 131 units to the southern part or the bottom part of your slide. And the reason behind that was working with city staff. There's an existing crosswalk that goes over California Circle, and it really can't safely be moved to another location. So we're keeping the crosswalk where it is and kind of shifting the ingress egress point of our site. Next slide, please. This is just kind of a blow up of the park area we're very excited about. Next slide, please. Project benefits. This is something that we've shared with a number of homeowners in different groups throughout the city of Milpitas. Obviously, the 75 units represents about a 36% affordability factor. We had talked about targeting the Milpitas Unified School District employees and the Milpitas residents in obtaining affordable units, addressing the Milpitas RENA numbers, providing opportunities, obviously, for home ownership and rental housing, and then what we consider to be a fairly substantial tax revenue and revenue for local businesses. Next slide, please. So this had kind of come up, and it was a slide that we created and shared with the Planning Commission, so that I felt that it was, because this is a little bit different than your standard, I wanted to share it with council. So you have the standard BMR plan, which Lillian, I think, eloquently talked about. 31 units, you would have 20 townhomes and 11 apartments. Our proposal results in 75 deed restricted rental units. So the percentage is 36 and 15. Your ordinance also talks about the living space and the bedroom count. In both cases, our proposal results in about 10% more square feet of living space and 20 more bedroom units being created. The unit designation, you get more units at low than what you would have under the standard BMR plan. And the RENA numbers, obviously, I think under our proposal are substantially better, or your RENA obligation, I'll say, is substantially better under our proposal than the standard BMR plan. I do want to point out, I'm just going to take a second, and Lillian, one of her slides, had kind of talked about what we're requesting. And there was one item, I think that was let off, unless it was picked up in the staff report. And that was, we were requesting a minimum of 31 units. Was that made in the staff report? I saw. Okay, great. So forget what I said, but basically the concept is we would like the ability, or our affordable housing builder would like the ability to create more affordable units if the situation dictates. So we ask for the 31 units to be a minimum and not, kind of set in stone. Next slide, please. This is the project schedule. I know that we have the city's EIR consultant, John Anderson. He did a great job, I think, with the EIR, and very impressed with staff throughout this process. Here we are in the fall of 2023 for our anticipated hearing. We hope to break ground in early 2024 and feel that we would have our first models open in late 2024 or early 2025. Next slide, please. So this was an initial request, which I'm going to actually say is really no longer applicable. And so we're going to, I know the following to condition 26, we would like to have that language. Item C, you can see that that's 31 units, as I just mentioned, would be a minimum. And I think for our A request, I'm going to go back to Lillian's slide and talk briefly about that. Madam Clerk, I don't know if you have that available under Lillian's presentation, but at this point, as we're getting to that, I would be happy to entertain any questions that the council might have.
Any council members have any questions?
Also, if you want to take comments from the public, and I'm more than willing to sit down and then come back up, Madam Mayor. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to do public comment,
All right. Thank you very much.
and then we can come back and ask you questions. Okay. Members of the public, would you have any comments on
Hi.
this project?
I have a speaker card from Matthew Beeston.
Welcome, Matthew.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff and members of the community. My name is Matthew Beeston. I am a field representative for the Carpenters Union, Local 405, Santa Clara County. Firstly, I would like to commend City Council staff on prioritizing a residential project of this magnitude that does serve a spectrum of different income levels. So I think this is a great project. It is. I am here to highlight the need for labor standards on this project and truthfully all construction projects in the city of Milpitas going forward. So labor standards, of course, are summarized by prevailing wage, apprenticeship, and medical benefits. So without these labor standards, construction workers are more likely to be subject to inferior pay, no medical benefits, and inadequate training to do their job and to do it safely and correctly. Without these labor standards, construction workers are also more likely to become a burden on their community rather than a participant. I implore the council to implement these standards to ensure that the construction happens responsibly in a responsible manner, right? So that you, community members, can avoid having low road contractors in the community that underpay their workers and potentially exploit their labor force. A commitment to labor standards is the only way to build responsibly in your community. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the day that these labor standards that I discussed are the minimum standard for all construction projects. Carpenters Local 405 would love to continue this discussion, and I hope to be in touch in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome.
Thank you. Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. Yeah, I've scribbled some notes and I did my card instantly. My concern probably, anyway, I'll start with most of the time, it's not always I'm for projects. More houses to boost economy in Milpitas. I like that. As long as some negative effect that we don't know, natural effect. Did I touch something? Natural effects that maybe I think I see the building also the level of the foundation. It will be safe. It's above sea level when something happens, like much rain, flood. But anyway, as I said, this area is a gateway. Either leaving Milpitas, coming to Milpitas is a gateway. And then it will boost economy to the other side, the Rance Boulevard. But I think there's also an overpass now, aside from Dixon Landing being started. I don't know if that will happen. So it will be good. And I noticed, I always go there. I go to my brother-in-law's house, and there's a widening already there. That side of Milton. I hope I'm saying the right road. Is that Milton? So that will be like the equivalent of the density at candles or that park there out southeast. Now this is northwest, so it's balanced. So in other words, this will show Milpitas a progress if it happens. The EIR, I think, and one is started with DEIR. I think the applicant and the developer are doing or did some initiatives. So for me, let's go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Anyone else?
I have no additional speaker cards.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. And now moving on to council discussion, and you can also ask questions for the applicant. Is there anyone here? Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to follow up on the two presentations and before I ask my other questions, but I want the clarification on from Ms. Hua and Mr. Sullivan. I want to clarify I think the issue is on the COA modification developer proposal. It's slide number. Oh, it doesn't have a slide number.
I think it's 22 and 23.
Can we bring that up, please? So there is the proposal from staff, and I heard Mr. Sullivan said there is a minor change to it. Can both of you explain the difference, please?
Okay.
This is staff.
Okay, so it's correct now. Yeah. Okay, so So this is the developer proposal. We love condition of approval number 26. So 25 basically talks about us being able, or when I say us, I mean Pulte Homes, being able to move forward with 65% of their for sale units, which would be a total of 85 units. Those can get certificates of occupancy. They can do no more than that until the affordable housing building of 75 units begins its construction. And as soon as it begins its construction, the remaining 46 units or 35% could then be get certificates of occupancy. So I think what staff, we're very close to where staff is. And then if you can just jump, Madam Clerk, to the next slide. What staff is suggesting is still 65% can be built and receive certificates of occupancy. Once a building permit and construction has begun with the BMR units, what staff is saying is we'll release 26 more units or 20%, which would take us to 85%, but we're going to hold the last 15% of the units or 20 units back until the entire BMR building is built. And the concern that we have with that is we know that the apartment building is going to probably take 2 to 2.5 years to build from start to finish.
Mm-hmm.
And they have a harder time securing gap financing. Pulte is working to ensure that this happens.
Mm-hmm.
Once they're funded and they start construction, it's our belief, and what we're telling you is it's guaranteed to kind of go forward. And for us, we can't withhold 20 units from our development to wait the 2 years that it might take to be built. So I think everything else we're in agreement with staff on, and we're just asking for some flexibility and creativity from the city council tonight.
So, Ms. Banwa, please reiterate your stand.
So what Jim was saying is correct. So staff is recommending that the applicant will be limited to 65% of its units receiving certificate of occupancy before a building permit has been issued and construction has begun on the below market rental product site. And so we recommend this phased approach so that we ensure that the affordable units are constructed. Without this, the catch at the end, we're afraid that it's possible that the affordable housing units might not come to fruition.
If I may add, City Council, as both Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Van Hoa stated, these are similar in strategy, but the difference is that as the city, we want to include a condition that has a little bit of a stronger language to have greater assurances that the BMR product would be complete. Because theoretically, following construction, let's say early in the construction, potentially the rest of the construction may not be complete. So we just wanted to add a little bit of that stronger language just to kind of keep it going to incentivize the affordable housing being built throughout the life of the entire project.
Let me summarize, and please correct me, Mr. Sullivan and Ms. Banwa, if there's anything not clear. So what we're saying is 65% completed, which is how many units?
85 units.
85. Then then certificate of occupancy will be given, correct? If the rental units started construction, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We can start construction anytime before that. Is that correct?
No,
Right?
so the construction would
Oh.
start on the for sale units
I got
ahead
that.
of, because they're different timelines.
Okay.
So-
My question is, the rental units can start after. I'm going back because what you're telling me is like 65%, 85 units. Then you can get your certificate of occupancy. On the other hand, it might be that the rental units could have started construction already. Do you see what I'm saying?
That's a possibility, yes.
Right. They could have started constructing already.
Yes.
So then the provision is you're asking for 35%, correct? 35% to what is you're asking for the 35%?
So I'm saying we will not get occupancies on 35% of our building
Okay.
until or unless the BMR units are being built.
So it's in progress.
It's yes, the
Okay.
75 BMR units have to be being built in order for us
To get the
to get the
35%.
Yes.
On the other hand, staff is saying if they're okay with the 65%, but 20%. Did you say that again, Ms. Vanwa? I just want to make sure. 20% is what?
So once the rental product begins construction, an additional 20% of the remaining units, so 26 additional units, will be eligible for their certificate of occupancies.
And then the
And-
remaining 15 is
Yeah.
when it's complete.
Correct.
So in essence, we are delaying the 15% for occupancy. They will sit there until the rental units are completed.
Correct.
Okay, I got it. Thank you so much. I want that clarified, but I have other questions, but I'm going to let my colleagues the floor first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My colleagues, anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Let's have Councilmember Lynn.
Yes. Mr. Sullivan? So for the last 15%, and the difference between 20% and 35% at once, how long would that take you to
So
complete?
yeah, the for sale product, because it's 3 and 4 story and they're individual buildings, are easier to construct, and it will be somewhat phased, but we believe that the complete build out from when we start construction will be somewhere between 12 to 18 months. The apartment building is not phased. So you go, once it starts and they complete it, all 75 units are available for occupancy at one time. The problem with it, because it's a bigger building, is that the time of construction, we believe, is going to be somewhere between 2 years to 2.5 years. So under staff's proposal, we're very close with staff, by the way. I mean, and we agree on 98% of everything. And they've been great to work with, but what staff would like and what would potentially financially harm Pulte Homes is holding back that last 15%, which equates to 20 units, for potentially a year and a half. And that's something that, puts at risk, I think, the financial viability of the project. That's our concern. That's why we're asking you to entertain our proposal.
Okay. Another question for you. So you say you are 98% aligned with the staff. Is that the only thing on all the findings? The
Yes,
15%, the last
the
15%?
last 15%, and I think that, and I appreciate Lillian, excuse me, Ms. Dan Hua. I've come to know her and become friends with her. And Planning Director Lee had talked about the modifications to make on the conditions of approval, which were, I think, good on. Yeah, so everything else we're in agreement with staff on.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lin. Anyone else? Let's have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So I lost my thought. I'll go prior to what we are discussing. I want to understand how this project came about 2.5 years ago, and see the reasons why we are here today with requests for 7 entitlements. So according to staff report, the council at that time gave a go signal without a specific plan to go with. And I just heard that that was a concern of the city staff that time. Can anyone from the staff tell me what were the concerns at that time?
I could speak to that a little bit, Councilmember
please.
Barbadillo. So the reason for a specific plan was that we could plan for a larger area on the entire California Circle area and kind of have a more of a coordinated approach to the land use and zoning. So without a specific plan and going project by project, we wouldn't be able to coordinate efforts, or it would be much more difficult to do that between different developers and applicants without the policy that establishes the vision for the entire area. Because as you can see with California Circle, it's kind of has an eclectic mix of land uses. There are other sites in the area as well that we may receive similar applications for converting to residential. So we thought a specific plan would kind of get ahead of that and allow us to plan a little more for that. But on the downside is that it would delay projects in the meantime, because we would likely want applicants to wait for the specific plan to be completed. So it would take money and time and staff resources to go through a specific plan process with the environmental review. It would have potentially saved costs for applicants to have a programmatic EIR that covers the environmental analysis for an entire specific plan in the entire neighborhood. The applicant wanted to move forward with knowing that most likely an EIR would be required for this project, at their own cost, rather than the city initiating a specific plan and paying for it. For a programmatic EIR that would cover a bigger area. But those are some of the pros and cons, so to speak, of the specific plan versus an individual project. But at the time, we received clear direction to entertain this, to go this route. So this is how we've got to where we are today.
All right. And part of the request right now is to get away with the specific plan with the amendments of the general plan and some amendment of the zoning map. Is that the solution that is being presented today for moving away with the specific plan in 2021?
Yes. So you also bring up a good point about the zoning and the designation. The general plan already designates it for neighborhood commercial mixed use, but the zoning does not match. So the specific plan would have helped address that inconsistency. And then future projects, most likely, unless they deviate from the specific plan, would not be required to do a general plan amendment or a zoning map amendment.
Good to know. So let's talk about the California Circle area. Right, this project will occupy what, 6.7, 6.9 acres of it. How many acres is the California Circle? If you know.
I do not recall, but I could find that number. with a little bit.
Can I shoot my second question while you're looking for that? So the follow-up question is, if the council approves these two amendments to our zoning and general plan, would that be applicable to the whole of California Circle acreage? That's like opening the door for potential developers or builders to come forward with similar projects.
So the general plan text amendment removes the requirement of the California Circle specific plan. So essentially the area is unchanged, if you will. And the zoning map amendment for this project only affects the zoning designation for this property. So for the other properties along California Circle and what would have been the California Circle specific plan area, those are all unchanged for now.
All right. So with this proposed change, we're changing the particular area into an industrial to a mixed use with 100% residential build-up. That's what it is.
So this entitlement would allow for council to consider any residential project within an NCMU general plan land use designation.
Right. I'll make my question simpler. So the current zoning is industrial.
Yes.
With this amendment, we're going to change it to mixed use with 100% residential designation.
Correct. A 100% residential project is allowed under the MXD mixed use zoning district.
If we change it.
Yes.
All right. So remember last time we were talking about the comprehensive zoning ordinance update. 2 council meetings away, we have approved going forward with the study of making a comprehensive update on our zoning ordinance. You're aware. The question is that directive that we had, since we're going to update, I think 1980s, 60s is the zoning, was that considered in this proposed amendment to the general plan?
I believe it was.
Yeah. I could speak to that, and I also have the number for the California Circle acreage. It is 77 acres, and it was considered because, you know, we are aware of the other projects that we're working on and the impact that it could have. So we also were looking at how the NCMU, you know, designation and the zoning would look like in the future. Although MXD, the MXD zoning district, which is being proposed here, also fits under the NCMU general plan land use designation. So even though you have the same land use designations, you can have slightly different zoning districts within that one designation. So in this case, we're going to MXD, but we did consider what the it's actually the Housing Opportunity Districts project, which will also work with the comprehensive zoning ordinance update. But the Housing Opportunity Districts project will focus on the NCMU and propose a new ratio for commercial and residential. But you know, that's MXD is still allowed under that designation, which allows for 100% residential. So we did look at the other projects that we are working on, but we believe that they will all in the end be consistent with one another.
All right, so that's how we project specific plans. We look at the projects now, not the totality of its use in the future. Because, you know, here's what I'm trying to avoid. You know, I'm not against any development. It's just that, as you said, right, specific plans are very important to project at a certain area of the city. But if what I'm hearing is, you know, we cater for specific projects as they go forward and we trim our specific plans and visions on that area, on the projects that we have, present or future, would that be a sound planning?
I could answer that question, and I think it's a great question. But I would say the project is not necessarily going against what the general plan envisioned, because it did establish this as a neighborhood commercial mixed use area, and the MXD zoning district is allowed under that designation. But I would agree also in the sense that a specific plan would help plan for the larger area. But I would say for this project, it's still following the direction, I think the overall direction of what the general plan was proposing. We were just proposing to make a few tweaks. Yeah, but also if a specific plan for the larger area is still desired in the future, I think we could revisit that, although that is, that it would be a big and new direction. But this project would not preclude us from exploring a specific plan in the future if we feel like this is something we want to get ahead of.
Yeah, what I'm worried about is if you look at the proposed text amendment for the general plan and the zoning, in red lines is on our packet, as you see, we're crossing a lot of provisions on the currently existing general plan and zoning, in the zoning, and we're saying that this is fine to delete all of these provisions on the existing one to cater for a project which we believe in the future will not affect the totality of California Circle.
If I may, I know it looks like a lot of text when you look at the language, and it is, but actually the vast majority of that text is related to the specific plan requirement. The only other piece that has changed for the general plan designation is the 100% affordable requirement for any residential in these areas. So that's the one item that is, aside from the specific plan requirement that, is also being proposed to change, which with or without this project is something that I think we would have explored anyways, because, maybe not for this area, but we have other NCMU areas in the city, and that requirement to have them be 100% affordable would, rather than mixed income, would limit a lot of potential redevelopment in the NCMU areas throughout the entire city. I think because this project is actually coming ahead of the housing opportunity districts, it's something that we could address now. But it is also, would be required for this project as well. But I would say it would have been something that would have come up regardless.
Okay, with staff conditions of approval as a condition, there's a side-by-side presentation of the developer's proposal and task proposal. So do we feel confident with the staff proposals on the conditions of approval that moving forward with this project will have its less effect on the amendments and future projects if these staff proposals are to be adopted with approval of this project? I'm trying to see a compromise, right? Because if I read it objectively, there needs to move a mountain to put a house. I love figure of speech, right? But I'm also open to development and vision. So I think the solution for this project, for the benefit and information of the community, is to see where is a common page, common ground with the developers' proposals as compared to safety measures as our able staff is proposing. So do we feel confident that if the proposal of the staff and the conditions of approval are met, we're good with this project? I need some assurance from my vote.
If I may, I don't know if I could speak to all the issues you raised, but I think the one other issue that you raised, which is a legitimate concern, is with the general plan amendment, we are, as a city, allowed to approve 4 per year. So that does naturally put a little bit of a limit on how many, sites that have already been designated in our general plan, how many of them can change in 1 year. So that kind of provides a natural limit. Also, they will all have to go to council and require an environmental impact report. And I think ultimately for the council, the main issue, I guess, in considering any general plan amendments, not just this one, is, whether it provides enough of a public benefit, right, to consider to allow for a general plan amendment. So, other projects that may come down in the future, proposing a general plan amendment, that's something that the council would have discretion to weigh each and every time. But also that would be limited to 4 per year, and even the city initiates our own general plan amendments that are not necessarily related to development projects as well. So that would probably limit that number a little further as well.
How many do we have this year already?
This is the first one.
This is the first one. Okay. All right, that's all for now. I'll revisit my thoughts.
Okay,
after
thank
several-
you, Councilmember Barbagello. Next we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, just to follow up on Councilmember Babalillo's question, I think the bottom line, the way I understand it, there is a disconnect between the general plan in this particular area, California Circle. There is a disconnect between the general plan and the zoning to address, because as we said, mixed use commercial neighborhood is allowed in this strip of land. So the way it's being addressed is through the zoning map. Is that correct? Is that a correct statement, Ms. Benoit?
Yes.
Okay, so that would satisfy, I think, not having a specific plan for this specific strip of land. So, and as the Director Lee pointed out, the main difference is on this in this general plan amendment is the 100% residential, because now it's mixed use. So we can mix commercial and industrial without limiting us to pure 100% affordable housing. Is that correct statement?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? We'll have Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. I first of all, I want to commend planning staff for working collaboratively. I think it's important that as real world conditions change economically, financially, just current events, that we are mindful of that in the context of long range planning. And I know that this project has gone through a series of revisions and back and forth. And I'm really proud of where we're at right now. Because when I first sat down, listening to just the initial concept of the project years ago, I would say that I wouldn't even envision the scale of value that is being brought to the table today. The applicant really is going above and beyond, and I think that that's due in part to a series of things, changes in state legislation, the availability of housing funding, and overall positive relationship with city staff. So, that's really the kind of project that we want to be encouraging and incentivizing. I'm glad that you're utilizing the density bonuses. I'm always a huge fan of density, especially as we're able to allow or increase the affordability, and this is going to change a lot of lives. So that said, a number of questions for folks, if I can get some clarification. Firstly, has Mr. Sullivan has Pulte built before in Milpitas?
Yes, they have. I know specifically out at the metro station, which is kind of over by Piper and Montague Expressway, a project that I also had a hand in developing some of the larger apartment units there. Did a couple of hundred units out there and 300 units. And I believe that they all sold out. Pulte is a 70-year-old company, by the way. I took out their slide that talks about them. A public builder, and has been around and has done a ton of work here in the South Bay, but particularly
you don't look 70 at all, sir.
I wasn't here when they started, but I'm close to it.
No, that's really great to hear, and it seems like you're a force that's here to stay. Here to invest in Milpitas. We're very grateful for the investment, and hopefully, if your experience has been positive with us, that you'll continue to invest tremendously in our community. Would you care to expand on how the affordability works, just for folks to understand?
Yeah, so a lot of it is state controlled. So the state of California establishes different income levels, and every county essentially looks at the median income. So Santa Clara County as a whole has a set. And then, so for instance, the low income units is targeting, I know in the staff report, I think it said 30 to 60%. And that's because we're using density bonus, so 30 to 60% of the median income. Moderate units are typically from 80 to 120% of the county median income. So you would look at the individual units, like a studio, a one bedroom, that's for one or two people. And the city, I think, has a housing department. I know that Mr. Andrade and Mr. Musalim, I think, are with that. I've had preliminary talks with them that they establish the rents that would be applicable. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a good chance, and that's why I said at least 31, because it could very well be, in order to get the necessary funding, that we provide also some very low units and low and moderate, which would be great for the city, I think, and attract even more diverse population, or at least diverse economic population, out to these rental opportunities. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about RENA. For folks who aren't familiar, the regional housing needs allocation.
Yeah. And every city in California is, for the people that are watching at home and in the audience, RENA is something that the state of California has essentially said, you cities are responsible during this next 8-year period for producing this number of units. And then the breakdown of those units, there's a certain percentage that can be for sale or market rate. But then the harder things I think that the city are trying to address are to get the moderate, the low, and the very low income units. And the problem with it is the cities that don't do that, the state can come over and essentially kind of take over their planning departments. I think we've all seen some articles in the newspaper recently about people coming up with builders remedies and doing all sorts of things that aren't necessarily great for cities. So we're happy to be working hand in hand with staff and providing a greater number of your RENA obligation for you.
And you're actually going beyond what is required, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So I think both us and staff realize the benefit of provide that 75 deed restricted units are better than 31 deed restricted units. And then just having a greater amount of low income, at a minimum of the low income and the moderate, are good for your RENA numbers or your RENA obligation as well.
Thank you. Yeah. No, this is a topic of discussion that has come up, quite on more than one occasion. The fact that Milpitas has struggled to meet our RENA goals, at least in terms of the low and very low income brackets. I'm glad that this addresses that. Tell me a little bit about the market right now. How is it like building, especially affordable housing right now?
Yeah. So 3 years ago, when we kind of started this process, obviously we were in a different economic climate, and the one big change is quite frankly interest rates, right? So we went from 2.5% to 3% interest rates up to, I think now we're at 7.5%, almost 8%. Yeah, and that's for market rate units for low income units. So it's very difficult. Also, it's gotten better, but there were some supply chain issues, as you're all aware of, during the kind of the pandemic. And so just the cost of materials and inflation, as we all experience, have gone up. And so it is more and more difficult, I think, to expend millions and millions of dollars to buy the land and then to improve the land. Keep in context that what allows that is kind of the timely building, at least for a company like Pulte Homes. And so this is, they call me up every day, how long is it going to take to us, to get our improvement plans into the city? It's going to take a month. We need to do it in 3 weeks, right? Because every time that something is extended, it basically kind of reflects against the bottom line and makes projects either feasible or kind of infeasible to go forward. And so that's why we're asking for your consideration tonight, with our proposal.
Sure. And a little bouncing off of that, your funding sources. Can you speak a little more on that? What kind of funding are you receiving or going for?
Yeah, so I'm gonna actually ask the VP of Pulte Homes to come up to talk about their funding, but really quickly with regard to the affordable builder funding. And in speaking with people there, it's actually
I just want to focus on that, actually, the affordable
okay
housing funding.
Yeah, so there's always gap financing that is needed, and the funding sources typically from the state or the federal government. Everything from Measure A, I believe, has already been spoken for. That was the $980 million that we all voted for. Money hasn't been collected, but it has been allocated out to different projects in the county. So the state and the federal government still kind of give funding. And I believe that essentially there are 3 times a year that funding requests go in. And unfortunately, you need a project to be approved first to make that funding. So hopefully tonight we get the project approved, the overall project approved, and then we work on the funding source for those 75 units going forward.
Absolutely. Now, since it'll be subsidized with state and federal funds, I would imagine that there are conditions in there where you would have to build the project.
Yeah. So
Is that correct?
yeah, that is correct. And so the affordable builders, we have an affordable builder that's attached with us right now. And as I mentioned up, one of the reasons that we asked for a minimum of 31 units to be low income is the funding available for moderate and low income is drying up more because the state and the government have realized that there's a bigger need for the lower, like the very low that you had mentioned, right, to be done. So I envision pivoting at some point in the near future and actually coming to tell staff that, hey, we're going to provide even more affordability in our envisioned 75 unit rental project.
Well, that would be great, and I think that would address a lot of our city's long-term goals, and meet the needs of many folks who really do need that housing. I'm very heartened to hear that that's on the table. That's a possibility of pursuing expanding that affordability. And I think that having that language in there, with the minimum of 31 is really good for that purpose. That said, I think that for me, that addresses a lot of my concern as to seeing the project come to fruition. The fact that you're required to have the project constructed as a term of the funding there. The other thing too, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, is you would be required to pay living wage as part of that subsidized funding.
Correct. For the affordable units, it's my understanding that is all a prevailing wage if they're taking any kind of a subsidy from a state or federal government.
Okay, that's very heartening to hear. And I think that, and I hope that touches on a little bit on what our laborers were. I'm sorry, carpenters. My apologies. Carpenters were discussing. I think going forward in terms of enforcing and labor standards and whatnot, we can have a conversation further down the road for future projects. I'm happy to have that conversation with you. Perhaps we can expand some policy there. But as far as this existing project right now, I do know that Pulte has been a very good partner and has been good on the labor conditions and making sure everybody gets an equitable pay and living standard. So I commend you for that. I look forward to more partnerships with your organization. And that concludes my remarks. I would like to oblige to Mr. Sullivan's modifications on behalf of Pulte. I think that we do need that flexibility there to see this project actually achieve its full potential. Because what we have right now, I think, is only what we have right now is a great project, you have the potential to make it even greater, that flexibility allows you to do so. So that's my request for the council.
Thank you very much. And just, if I can just take 30 seconds or 20,
Thank you, Councilmember Fan.
20 seconds, Madam Mayor.
Well, actually, I'm going to do a timeout now
Okay.
because we have members in the audience have been patiently waiting to do what we went over the commendations. We're going to take a
Great.
short break. Thank you, members, for coming out here. And the council members, would you join me to the commendations? Okay, this is not working. Is it working? Yeah. All right, it's working now. Welcome, everyone. So. Okay, great. Thank you. So we are here today to make the celebration of commendations. So Diwali, November 12th, 2023. Diwali is celebrated in autumn of each year by Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists. For Hindus, Diwali is also the Hindu New Year and a celebration of the good triumphing over evil and light prevailing over darkness. Diwali brings together families, friends, and communities. Therefore, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, and on the behalf of the Milpitas City Council, proclaim November 12th, 2023 as Diwali in the city of Milpitas. Let's give it. Thank you. Also, we are here to give 2 commendations for the Association of Indo-Americans and the Americans for Hindus. And let's have the representatives. Why don't we have everyone come up here? We can squeeze over here. Well, actually, first, let's have the, I think it's too much. Let's have the Association of Indo-Americans first, and then we'll have the Americans for Hindus. So that way it won't be so bad.
Mr. Atusha, can you say a few words, please? Thank you. Say a few words. Oh.
Good evening, everyone. Honorable Mayor Montano and Milpitas City Council members and the staff here. On behalf of Association of Indo-Americans, we thank entire city of Milpitas leadership for their continued encouragement for the community involvement and support. Association of Indo-Americans brings the community together to celebrate our diverse culture, festivals, and traditions. So city leadership, mayor and vice mayor and different council members, always there in our events. Please give them a big round of applause for their involvement and support. And as the Indian community, we are one of the organizations, but there are several different organizations. As you know, everyone is trying hard, and we all try to bring our team or community together to unify and to bring the unity in the diversity. So I want to take this opportunity to thank mayor and the entire city council, and the chief is always there with us. So the staff, city of Milpitas, thank you for all of your support. Thank you. Yes.
Give him a big round of applause. And then next, we will have the Americans for Hindus. Happy Diwali. Come on down and we will give you a commendation.
Namaste, happy Diwali, good evening. On behalf of Americans for Hindus, Festival of Glow, Federation of Indo-Americans, our temples, and almost 60 other organizations, we express our deepest gratitude to our Honorable Mayor, Carmen Montano, our Vice Mayor, Evelyn Chua, and of course, our Honorable Council members for recognizing us. I think it's becoming a lot more significant now since, of course, we've been celebrating Diwali for many, many years amongst ourselves. We've been enjoying it, celebrating it because this is one of the most significant Hindu festival. But now, since we have our second and third generation, it's become even more significant because to inculcate our culture, our philosophy, our values in that second and third generations, our upcoming generations, unless you folks recognize us, unless the word gets out there, it's not going to be possible. At the same time, we also like to share our values with everyone else out there, other ethnic communities, mainstream Americans, because these values are so great, like Mayor mentioned in the proclamation itself, the victory of good over evil, from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge. So all these great things which we should be sharing with everybody, especially in this day and age when there's so much crime, hate crime, homelessness, and safety and security problems like the chief can relate to, is going on. And we have challenges ourselves with Hindu phobia, with our Asian hate crime. And we want to make sure that we can contribute in that area also. We've been contributing socially, culturally, as with economically, in the corporate world over here, science, doctors, medicine, businesses, you just name it. Our community has been contributing, but now we would like to contribute into the public service itself and work with you folks so that we can make city of Milpitas is one of the most beautiful places. We believe in Vasudeva Kutumbakam, one family, one world, and one future. And we want everybody to be healthy, happy, and prosperous. Loka samasta sukhno bhavantu. So with those values, and these are shared values even with the American Constitution, we want to make sure we contribute even more into the public service. And once again, it's very, very important that you did this to us. and we appreciate this absolute appreciation. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming and thank you for waiting patiently. And we are always here for you and come and do their flag raising again in our city. Thank you. Okay, we're going to return. And you can stick around if you want to listen to the
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan.
Okay, we're back. So I have a couple of questions. Can you bring up that slide of the project? The one with the homes, because I really do want to make a comment on the color scheme of the projects. The architect. You can bring that up, that slide up. There you go. I really do like the fact that the color scheme is great. And also because it matches with it complements the other buildings. I just wanted to mention that. Also, I want one question, the sound wall, do you know how tall that sound wall is going to be? Oh, that's wonderful. 8 feet. That is great. I'm really glad that's going, because I was hoping that you weren't going to say 6 feet, but 8 feet. Great. That's great. And then I like the architect. I think it's great. It's wonderful. So, this project has been way overdue. It's been a long time coming, and I think it's almost been close to 3 years. And I know that Pulte, you guys build some very high quality homes, and that's what we want in Milpitas. Just want to make sure that we are high quality homes for the residents that move into this area. I do like the fact that you're 65%, going to be 65 BMR, below market rate homes. And also, I'm optimistic. I know that the interest rates are high right now, but I'm optimistic that in the next 2 years, they are going to go down, and you are going to get a developer for those low income housing. And the fact that you're willing to create those for the workforce housing, that's key for me. The workforce housing is really important, and that affordable part is important for many of the people that just can't afford to live here. So that to me, and also as Councilmember Fan had mentioned about the RENA numbers, the regional housing needs assessment, the state they mandate. And before we've always had that housing element before where they said, well, you have to build so many houses. But this time around, the state has their teeth in there. It has teeth. So now they are fining. There are if you do not build so many homes, now they are going to fine us. It's a pretty high number from my understanding. Also, there is a housing crisis. And for me, I really do want these homes built. And I know that the affordable ones, it's because of the interest rates, but I'm optimistic. But what I would like to do is to ensure that we do have housing that they are going to be built. I want Pulte to have an open line of communication with the city, making sure that they discuss with the city about a timeline. I want the developer to come back to us on efforts to increase their low income numbers. I also want an update to the city council about how, what's the status of that developer to build that low income housing, and just regular updates to make it transparent, just to make sure that we are in tune with that affordable housing unit. So again, I'm optimistic and I really do like this project. So I want to hear from my council members if anyone else has any more information. So I see Vice Mayor Chua. Let's have. Hanlin, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Hanlin.
It's okay. Hanlin is my name. Well, I want to thank staff for all the findings, and I want to thank Mr. Sullivan and Pulte for being flexible and really work hand in hand with our staff. I want to approve this, and I want to propose that we are going to approve the proposal from Pulte. And the reason for that is Pulte is a very reputable builder, developer. For us to hold back that 15%, and since we are 98% that's in agreement with all the conditions, partnership comes with trust, with the understanding, with the expectations, and with you, a big builder, a big company, I do know that you're not going to go back on your words. So my proposal is to approve. And I know there's a lot of approvals on these conditions, but for me, I will accept to approve the proposal from Pulte. And with that 15% going out 12 months to 18 months will be hard for the builders. So that's my proposal. And thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Let's have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Yeah, I have just a number for clarification. I think the first one goes to the city attorney, if I may. So with regards to the general plan text amendment, we are removing California Circle specific plan overlay. What does that mean?
Would staff like to speak on that?
Yes, I can speak really quickly. That's okay. So when the general plan, the general plan update was approved, the new map included a hatched area over California Circle to show that a specific plan was proposed for that area. If we're removing that language, then we no longer need to show that as an overlay on the map.
Right. So does that mean that if another project comes forward later on, then this will no longer be a requirement?
That's correct.
Can we keep this and approve this project? I just don't want to open the flood. That's all I'm trying to safeguard. So you just said that if we remove this, it's going to be open to a future project.
One of the other things that's different that we haven't touched upon is I think you mentioned it, we're currently updating the zoning ordinance, and that will include updates to the zoning map. And the updates to the zoning map will include changes in this area to be consistent with this project as well as other future projects, consistent with the general plan. So that would have been accomplished through the specific plan process, but we're taking care of it through this a different process now, the zoning ordinance update. So it's a little less needful than it was when the general plan was updated a few years ago.
And if I may, yeah, I think to clarify, if this were to move forward this project, the other projects would not require a specific plan, but because we'd be striking that from the designation, but other projects would also, if they want to have residential, would also require a general plan amendment and a text amendment, which isn't always easy to get. So this isn't necessarily removing that requirement for other sites, because it only applies to this specific site.
Okay, so that also goes to say that changing the designation to a mixed-use district is only with regards to this particular APN, right? It doesn't affect any other areas in the California circle.
Yes, that is the only action before you today. Although, as City Manager Thomas mentioned, the comprehensive zoning ordinance update is also proposing some other changes for some of the sites around the area.
A little bit information on the EIR. So it was reported that there's gonna be a significant and an avoidable impact for the reasons stated on your report. So how does it outweigh, these impacts with this project? So you said you're gonna prepare an overriding consideration statement. What is that?
So within the resolution that certifies the EIR, I believe that's attachment D to the council's packet. It includes the statement of overriding consideration. And within that, by approving this resolution, we're saying that the benefits of the project outweigh the unmitigatable impact of the project, which in this case, there is only one unmitigatable impact, which was related to aesthetics. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to introduce John Anderson, who is present from Impact Sciences, and he is from the environmental consultant company that we use for this project. So he can speak a little bit more if you allow him to.
Thank you very much, council members, Madam Mayor, and staff and stakeholders. We did identify a single significant and unmitigatable impact for this project, and that was the views of the mountains, which are spectacular, and they would be compromised from across the freeway. The freeway at that point is at ground level, and the bike path and the boulevard on the far side of the freeway will have some views of the mountains will be obscured by the project because of its height. But as to the benefits, that's something that the city council and the city has to consider. We evaluate the impacts. It will be significant and unavoidable. There's no way to mitigate these views being blocked. And that is the only significant impact. And then it will be up to the city council to decide if that unavoidable impact is worthy of being overridden by the benefits of this project. Again, I am agnostic. I don't know what benefits the city council is considering or the city is considering. My job is to evaluate the environmental impacts, and this project mitigates, almost all of them except for this one. So it's been a privilege to work on this project, and I want to thank everybody for allowing us to participate. It's been a privilege. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's just aesthetic. It's just the report done unavoidable, and the thing that cannot be mitigated is just you can see the mountain. Is that what I heard?
Yes, that is correct. And it's if you were riding your bicycle along the bike path across the freeway, it would be a couple of minutes at most that you wouldn't see the mountains quite as clearly. And driving, it would be even less. But it is proven by the view that at some point, if somebody stopped, they could not see the mountains from that point of view, if you will. So it's relatively minor, but it is per the CEQA rules and regulations. It is what a finding that we had to make.
Okay, thank you. So,
Councilmember Barbadio, if I may interrupt, just to go back one question. You had asked about the general plan amendment.
yes, please.
There are two types of general plan amendments that are being requested. One of them is to delete the California Circle specific plan overlay. That would only apply to the California Circle area. There's also a general plan text amendment. This is for the neighborhood commercial mixed use, NCMU. The language being struck is that residential projects can go in, provided the project is 100% affordable to low and very low income categories in order to increase stock of affordable housing in Milpitas. That general plan text amendment would apply to all zoning districts in the city that have NCMU zoning.
So not just this particular NCMU in California.
It would be any of the NCMU in the city.
Say that again, Michael, sorry. No, just for the sake of, so you're saying that with this amendment, the second one, amending the NCMU, it applies to all the NCMU areas in Milpitas.
That's correct.
Tell me again. I'm curious. So what does that mean? If we amend this NCMU, what's the consequence of that? Not only to the California Circle NCMU, but to the whole of the city. What's the effect?
I could speak to that. So currently, any NCMU any property designated as NCMU in the general plan, if the property owner, developer, or applicant wants to redevelop into residential, the residential project must be 100% affordable.
Currently.
Yes. And then with the text amendment, the general plan text amendment, then the difference is that residential projects could come in that are not 100% affordable, meaning mixed income, because our affordable housing ordinance still requires affordable housing on site. So I guess one could say there may be a higher likelihood of redevelopment in other areas, but again, this project is coming before the housing opportunity districts, and the housing opportunity districts would, likely, even if that weren't part of this project, we would likely recommend removing that text anyways, because it is an impediment to redevelopment. Because mixed income housing also provides affordable housing as well.
The only difference is with the current version, there is a mandate of 100%. Removing it, you go by the minimum as required.
Yes.
And what was the minimum?
15% per our affordable housing ordinance. And the level of affordability depends on whether it's an ownership or rental product.
How many NCMUs do we have in the city? I mean,
yeah, we have the California Circle area, and then we have 3 other NCMU areas. One near the Sunny Hills residential development, so the Sunny Hills Shopping Center area, I think Dixon Landing and South Milpitas Boulevard, and then another one off of Calaveras and Park Victoria, I believe, and then another one on Landis and Park Victoria. So there are 3 areas outside of California Circle. But there's another project we are working on that we provide an update on previously that will address not only those 3 areas, but the NCMU designation in general, just cleaning up some of the language.
Okay. So you mentioned one is on the South Milpitas Boulevard, is one of the NCMUs. Is that the part where there's commercial buildings where the Johnson and Johnson is? The part of that, you know,
Johnson and Johnson.
right by South Milpitas Boulevard, Yosemite. The vacant former Johnson and Johnson structure. That and then CMU as well. Only if you know.
No, it's yeah, Dixon Landing and North Milpitas Boulevard. There is a Walgreens on the southwest corner.
Right.
Some vacant properties on the northeast corner.
No, you mentioned South Milpitas Boulevard, the other side.
North Milpitas Boulevard to be
Oh,
exact.
so it's not south. All right.
Yeah.
Because it resembles California Circle, that side of on the South Milpitas. Okay. All right. My final thoughts. I'm fine with the project, right? But I want to compromise at least on my consideration. You know, we work with Polte for a while now, right? And until today, there are some almost, as Mr. Sullivan said, it's 98%. There's 2%, and we hope that Polte give that 2% with regards to the conditions as posed by staff, and that's the consideration I'm looking for. I said, you know, it is a great project as we see it. It's just that we have, as a decision maker, we have to be responsible, right? And we understand trust is in between, but the responsibility we carry, we make sure that not only this particular project, also projects, similar projects in the future, and we hope that you have those projects later on with us, will be taken responsible. And I do acknowledge staff's work for this one. They do have reasons why they have their own version of the conditions approval, and I will abide by that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. And so now we have Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I make a motion, I would like to say that this, I know Director Lee said that there are those designated areas for for the neighborhood commercial, like the Dixon Landing, South Park, Victoria, Town Center, and the Landis one. But those are still, it's on the general plan, but the zoning is not done yet. You're still working on the zoning. Is that correct, Director Lee?
Yes, that is correct.
So I just want to mention that to Councilmember Barbadillo. So it's not there yet, because you're still working on that, on that area of zoning, which will dictate what we can do on those areas that you're recommending to be neighborhood commercial. So anyway, that said, first of all, I would like to thank everybody. And this is like the mayor said, and everybody else here, it's been a long time coming, and we've been waiting for this. When I first heard this with the mayor 2.5 years ago, we were so excited when we heard about 35%, low income and moderate and affordable housing. And that said, I would like to move to approve the recommendation of Pulte Homes, the developer. I think that's item number 25, Mr. Banwa. Miss Banwa, right? So,
there a second?
Sure.
Go ahead. Let me put.
Just a clarification. So the motion on the table is to adopt Milpitas requested conditions of approval.
The motion on the table is what it says here on the recommendation of the staff with the change of 65 to 35, not the 65, 20, and 15. That's basically what I'm moving. Does that make sense, Ms. Banwa?
Yes.
Right. It's whatever you said it is so long, but the only difference that I saw was that 65, 20, and 15. So I would like to change that to 65 and 35. Is that City Attorney? Can you please clarify the motion to make sure it's what the intent is?
Yes, although you'll have to bear with me because there are a lot of entitlements here.
Right.
And so we will have to go through each entitlement and clarify whether they're part of the motion. Before I do that, because it will be part of the motion, I'd like to read out loud the title of the zoning ordinance that you'll be considering. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending the zoning code contained in Title 11, Chapter 10, Section 3.03 of the Milpitas Municipal Code to allow zoning designation change of a certain parcel within the zoning map. With that read out loud, I believe the motion you would be making would be to adopt a resolution certifying an environmental impact report pursuant to Public Resources Code sections 21080D and 21082.2D and CEQA guidelines section 15064. You'll be moving to waive the first reading of the ordinance title that I just read beyond the title and introduce the ordinance amending the zoning map of the City of Milpitas in accordance with the provisions of section 3.03 of chapter 10 of title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code to change the zoning classification of a certain parcel, that parcel being APN 022-38-007. And then you will be adopting a resolution to approve general plan text amendment number GP 22-0001. You'll be moving to adopt a resolution approving zoning map amendment CA 22-0001. Then you'll be approving site development permit number SD 22-0003. The conditions of approval for that site development permit will include condition number 25 and 26. Condition number 25 will include the provision that up to 65% of the condition certificates of occupancy will be issued prior to breaking ground on the affordable units. The other 35% will be held until construction begins on the affordable units. In addition to that, you will be moving to approve conditional use permit number UP 22-0001, vesting tentative map MT 22-0001, density bonus permit number DB 230003, tree removal permit number TR 23-0021, and MT 22- tree removal permit TR 230021, and environmental assessment number EA 22-0002, subject to the findings and conditions of approval, including that which I just named.
And I don't know if this is I would like to see a scheduled reporting of the developer to the city, to the staff, and staff reports to the city council on the status of the project.
Okay.
Yeah. Is that okay with the second? Okay. So move.
Thank you. So it was moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Fan. So now we're going to call for the vote.
Councilmember Bardillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, passed unanimous. Thank you for that. So thank you and welcome. I know it's going to be a beautiful project and we're going to get that affordable housing. Thank you. Okay, now the next is leadership and support services, item 17.
Thank you, Mayor. The next item is a presentation and staff is looking for direction on community outreach for potential revenue measures for the November 2024 election. And we have our Deputy City Manager, Matt Kano, here to present the staff report.
The slide presentation, please. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Matt Kano. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time this evening. As mentioned by City Manager Thomas, we're here this evening to present on community outreach for potential revenue measures for the November 2024 election. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's, the agenda in front of you shows the slides that we'll be reviewing today. We're going to talk about the purpose, why we're in front of you today, review our operational general fund and capital infrastructure needs as an organization, review alternatives to provide that additional revenue to the city, discuss potential statewide and regional considerations that we would want to take into consideration if we proceed with revenue measures in 2024, and talk about calendar next steps and our recommendation this evening, which is to conduct community outreach and then return to council with the results of that outreach before any further actions. Next slide, please. The reason we're in front of you today is the city is continuing to face increasing operating and capital funding needs with increasing costs, cost of living, and aging infrastructure. While outside funding sources can help us with these needs, especially one-time or intermittent needs, and economic development and focus on public-private partnership projects can also help, additional local funding is and will be needed to solve some of our longer-term financial challenges. In addition to needing additional revenues for capital and operating, in the future, we're also faced with a potential significant revenue loss in 2029 with the expiration of Measure F, our 1/4 cent sales tax measure. The November 2024 election provides us with a great opportunity if we choose to go in front of the voters for potential revenue measures. It will be a very with the presidential election year, we could ensure a large number of a portion of our residents would be available to decide on the potential measures. Our request this evening is for the council to approve the next step in this process, which is community outreach polling, and be statistically valid polling of our residents. And we will return in January or likely January with the results of that polling, so we can discuss future steps. And if council wants to take future action after that discussion, we can do so at that time. Next slide, please. As presented in this past summer's budget process, we are projecting a balanced budget for the next couple of years. And as we head into fiscal year 27-28, as you can see, this is a similar, let me back up a second. This is the same 10-year general fund forecast that we presented in this last summer's budget process. This will be updated in early 2024 as we start the discussions for the next budget process. But since it's not updated yet until we start the next budget process, we're sharing the same version that we shared with you last summer and spring as we were preparing or approving the current year's fiscal year's budget. And again, as noted, we have a balanced budget for the next few years in the general fund and operational side, but in 27-28, we are starting to see deficits. And then when Measure F, our quarter-cent sales tax, expires in 2029, we're starting to see much larger deficits. Next slide, please. This slide shows our capital construction infrastructure needs. It's our current estimate that we're continuing to evolve every year, and we will continue to evolve these estimates in future budget processes. The slide on the left, or the pie chart on the left, shows our total infrastructure needs. We've accomplished and completed a number of master plans, whether it's parks, bike lanes, storm, sewer and water, to name a few over the past few years. It's also identified a lot of infrastructure needs in the city. On the left side still, the green portion of that $676 million is replacement of existing infrastructure that we need to do in Milpitas over time. And the blue portion is new infrastructure needs that we have, new amenities that don't exist today. If we just focus on that green section of the pie on the left, the $456 million of existing infrastructure that needs to be repaired and replaced, that $456 million is represented on the right-hand pie. Of that $456 million of existing infrastructure that needs to be replaced, the yellow portion of that pie on the right, $126 million, we do have sustainable funding sources for those needs through either the Metro TASP development fees that we project or the sewer and the water fees that we collect. The rest of that pie, we aren't sure where we're going to be able to get that money at this time, although we're continuing to invest in looking for grants and other opportunities. There are large dollar amounts that we're going to need to solve. The blue portion of that pie shows our estimate to replace our police. I think I cut out. There we go. Our police, public works, and IT building at about $190 million. Fire Station 3, which is across the street from that building, needs to be replaced at about $20 million. And we have other needs of $120 million. A big portion of that was identified in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan that was recently completed. Next slide, please. A quick summary of the Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. It here's in my ear like I'm cutting out a little bit, but I'll keep going. So please let me know if you can't hear me. The police building, which also, of course, houses our public works and IT department. As I was reminded today, this is a 24/7 operating building. So it's older than it acts older than it really is. It was constructed in 1992, and we've had numerous challenges with the building regarding failing systems, inadequate space, and structure issues. We did an assessment in 2019, and our most viable option would be to replace the IT and police department with a new building at a different location, and then renovate the existing building to be more compatible and usable for our public works department. That estimated cost in 2020 dollars was about $190 million. Next slide, please. Fire Station 3 on Milpitas Boulevard across the street from the police station, constructed in 1968, did have some seismic upgrades in 1998. Doesn't meet our existing standards for our essential services buildings. And one key item where it doesn't meet is the separate male and female privacy and living quarters. The estimated cost to replace this building is about $20 million. And as you know, we replaced Fire Station 2 and just reopened that last year. Next slide, please. I'll quickly go through the storm infrastructure because you received a presentation on this last month. As you heard in that presentation last month, there is no ongoing funding sources for our storm needs in the city. And we have increased operation and maintenance needs, increased equipment replacement needs, and continually increasing permitting and regulatory requirements to meet. A portion of that, the highest priority CIP needs or construction needs for our storm system totals about $47 million in 2025 and $47 million. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, we do and will continue as an organization to always pursue grants and efficiencies and focusing on economic development and private partnerships to maximize the revenue that we can gain for our organization. However, those alone cannot solve some of our short-term challenges, such as Measure F expiring in the near future, and some of our long-term sustainability challenges, such as how to fund a new police, public works, and IT facility. Options that we're looking at and have for consideration as we move forward to generate new revenue for the organization include a public safety infrastructure general obligation bond measure, a business tax modernization measure, and or a storm drain fee. And the one below, the reason we separated this is different from bringing in new revenue. If we can extend Measure F before it expires in 2029, we can make sure that we don't lose that $7 million of revenue per year that's currently bringing in for the city. Next slide, please. These next 4 slides briefly cover these measures that I just described. So public safety infrastructure general obligation bond measure. This is the most common method for cities and school districts to fund capital infrastructure costs. It's placed on the property tax and is only used for acquisition and improvement projects. You cannot use these for general fund, operational, and maintenance needs. It requires a 2/3 majority of the voters in a citywide election. That is different from school districts, and school districts are only required to meet a 55% threshold for approval. If we did a $208 million bond measure, which would, in theory, fund the police, public works, and IT building, along with the fire station number 3, and hopefully some additional money for streets and or parks, that would cost about $21.06 per month on a $1 million home valuation. So the amount that a property owner would pay would be based on the valuation of their home. Next slide, please. Business tax modernization. This is a tax for all entities that do business with the city. It currently only collects for us $330,000 annually for approximately 5,900 active accounts. The last time we think this was based on our municipal code, the last time we think this was updated was in the 1970s. There's average about $60 per year per account that we collect. It's currently based on a flat initial rate of $35 and increases based on employee numbers for the business. In order to pass a modernized business tax, it would require 50% plus 1 of the voters to approve. And if we moved forward with this, we would look at modernizing it based on either gross receipts of the business entity or square footage of the building space. Next slide, please. The storm fee option, which as I mentioned, was covered in a long presentation to the City Council last month, is a property-based fee. So it's based on the size. It would be based on the size of someone's property. And then that type of fee is the most common the most common method for doing that would be a special election. So that wouldn't be part of property owners. And so that wouldn't be part of the citywide general election in November. If we proceeded, this would be on a separate path at a different time. It would require 50% plus 1 as well. And the estimate we provided in our report last month is that we would evaluate between $6 to $12 per property per month as options to pull the voters on. Next slide, please. The Measure F sales tax measure, which we've referenced already, which was passed by over 60% of Milpitas voters in 2020. If we extend that, it would require, again, 50% plus 1 of the voters to approve. And currently it is a 1/4 cent sales tax that was approved for 8 years at $7 million per year. So it does expire in 2029. The state does restrict the maximum sales tax that can be applied in a jurisdiction, and currently Milpitas is at that maximum level. There is a chance that if Milpitas did not take advantage of this 1/4 cent, that another agency may try to take advantage of this 1/4 cent, which we could actually lose the $7 million annually. Next slide, please. As we move forward with this conversation in 2024, assuming we are approved for community outreach this evening, there are at least 3 statewide ballot measures that we want to factor into the conversation and factor into any outreach that we do to our community regarding these revenue measures. One is ACA 1. Then these are all planned to be on the November 2024 statewide ballot. ACA 1 would lower the threshold for general obligation bond measures in cities from 2/3 to 55%. So make it similar to school districts. The California Business Roundtable measure has a number of changes in it. However, one that is most relevant to this conversation is that measures such as local sales tax and business tax would require a higher majority to pass as opposed to the current simple majority. And ACA 13, which was developed by legislatures in response to the CBRT measure, would require the CIBRT measure to pass by a 2/3 majority in order for it to take effect. And so, again, as we move forward, if we continue to move forward in this conversation, we will continue to keep the mayor and council updated on the status of these statewide bond measures so that we can factor these into any conversation and public education on this matter. Next slide, please. Some additional regional considerations. This is not an exhaustive list up here this evening, but from a business tax modernization standpoint, Palo Alto and Los Gatos have recently done this in 2022. General obligation bonds, San Jose and Campbell have recently done these, and Cupertino and Sacramento have recently implemented storm fees. We can definitely provide a more comprehensive list of organizations that have moved forward with these type of measures to the mayor and council at a different time. Additionally, the following entities have discussed going for revenue measures in 2024. There is a Bay Area consortium that is looking at a Bay Area regional housing bond, not just our county, the entire Bay Area, from $10 billion to $20 billion. The city of Mountain View has held a study session on potential revenue measures, and we are starting to compile information from other cities and organizations regarding what they're moving forward with as well. Next slide, please. So just a few more slides here on calendar and next steps. So we already moved forward in October with the stormwater needs presentation. This evening, we're in front of you to discuss potential additional revenue measures. If approved for community outreach in that next step this evening, we will perform community outreach polling, statistically valid polling, and we would do that in December. And we would come back to you in January or February with a review of that polling and a recommendation on any next steps. So other than doing community outreach polling and then some internal staff work and analysis, we wouldn't be taking any public next steps on this until further direction is received from the mayor and council in January or February. If that further direction is received, then between February and November 2024, we would do public outreach and education. That would be informational only. The city would not be campaigning. And then in March 2024, we would do another tracking poll to see how another statistically valid community outreach tracking poll to see how the public is thinking, if things have changed since December. And then we would be in front of you likely in May 2024 with a final recommendation on what measures we may or may not want to place on the November 2024 ballot. And then the November 2024 would be the general election. And this process could be repeated in future years if not all the measures would move forward in 2024. And the storm fee, again, as I mentioned previously, would likely be on its own separate path because it would not be part of the general election. Next slide, please. So in a few summary slides here to close it out. This table provides a list of the 4 potential measures that we discussed this evening. And the public safety GO bond, the Measure F sales tax extension, business tax modernization, and the storm fee. And I'll just cover the final column here because we already talked about the other items. We look back to at least the year 2000, and the city of Milpitas has not done a general a general obligation bond measure for capital, has not done a storm fee. We obviously did the sales tax measure in 2020. And then the last time we feel the business tax was modernized was in 1976. Next slide, please. All right, so in summary, the financial sustainability of the city operations and infrastructure will require additional taxes and or bonds at some point. Grants and operational efficiencies and focus on development and private partnerships are absolutely a huge central core, are the core part of that equation, but will not be able to solve these on their own. While it's not likely that all 4 of these measures would go to the voters in 2024, it's critical to consider whether we want to take them in 2024 or not, given the high electoral turnout that we anticipate. At today's meeting, we are only asking for approval for the community outreach polling, which would proceed in December, and then we would return to you in 2024 for consideration of any future next steps. Next slide, please. This slide just contains a summary of our recommendation to proceed with community outreach, polling, and surveying for these 4 potential revenue measures. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have this evening.
Thank you, Matt. So that polling, is it going to include all of those 4 items? Is it 4 items? Storm, business tax modernization, Measure F, and the Go Bond?
Correct, Mayor. And we would likely do 2. We have a separate, it might be a separate poll for the storm as opposed to the other 3 items. But yes, all 4 of those would be part of the polling.
Do you not think that people will feel overwhelmed? I mean, like being bombarded with all those, because it is, I'm just wondering, I mean, for me, if that poll came to me and was asking for all this, I would really be overwhelmed, actually. But let me see if I have any comments from the council members. Anybody? Okay, Councilmember Lynn.
One question. Do you know how much San Jose is charging for their business tax?
I don't off the top of my head. I can find out.
$213.
Okay.
$213 for 1 to 3 employees. And as more employees, they increase in increments. So for us to charge $50 to $60, there's room there that we can ask voters to support us. With Measure F, I know when we went out to get supports from voters, I believe it was a one-time kind of help, because we have deficit, and that was supposed to be a short-term help with it's 8 years for us to get back on our budget. I don't know how the voters feel if we're going to ask for the extension or to renew that. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Vice Mayor Chua.
Mr. Kano, thank you for that information. I too will be overwhelmed and very concerned if I get a outreach or survey with 4 kind of like potential additional expense for our residents. To top it all off, we have at least 3 from the county or the school, the state, and probably it's too much. So I would suggest maybe prioritize those 4 and say, what do we really need? It should come from staff, from you. what do we really need as of now, and do a poll on that one. And it's just too much. It's a lot of, I would be really upset if I see an outreach saying that we're asking you for this things. However you frame the questions on the survey, it's still an issue with me as a resident. So I would suggest that the staff make a recommendation on which one do we really need as of this period.
Sure,
if
thank
you're
you.
shooting for 2024, correct? Yeah, if you're shooting for 2024 or something to be on the ballot, what would that be?
Sure.
You don't have to answer me now, but
Yeah, if you don't mind, a quick response is
okay.
We have had some good discussions with our polling consultant on this matter, and the way this survey, two things. One is staff. Everything seems urgent. Ideally, we would get the money for the geo bond right away so we can get moving, because to actually accomplish the police station project is going to take 5 years. But we don't know yet, but that's a larger ask because it goes directly to the residents' property taxes than Measure F, which is more sales tax, which residents don't really, it doesn't hit them as much, or it does, but it's different from the property tax. And then, which is very different from the business tax modernization, which hits business owners. And so the reason that we want to ask about all of them is so that we can get feedback on, we need them all, but we don't know which of those the public will have more appetite for in 2024. And so if we can do our polling on all of these, and we would then that would give us information that, okay, we know we need all of it. If we had to prioritize, we'd say XYZ first, but what only matters is what is the public going to prioritize. The geo bond for the police station may be my priority, but we may find out after going for polling that since that hits the residents' pocketbook more directly, that maybe the residents only have appetite for the business tax modernization measure in 2024. And so that's why
you're not answering my question. My question is, what do you really need? It's not what the result of the poll.
Sure.
You see what I'm saying? There's the difference here. What do we really need out of those four? Not what the community is going to, not the feedback from the residents, but what is it that you need now? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. Yeah.
We can't have all four.
Oh, I know. Yeah. Vice Mayor, I want to be really clear. I don't know. I don't anticipate we would go forward with 4 measures in 2024. But what we want to do is make sure that whatever of these 4, we need all of these. If we were to just prioritize at the staff level, we have a certain priority of 1, 2, 3, 4. But we want to make sure whichever 1 or 2 we may go forward with in 2024, we want to make sure those are the community's priorities. And so that's why for the polling in December, we'd like to include all 4 of these potential measures in the polling.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
That's my feedback. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Cano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I want to make sure that if we're going to move forward with anything, that we at the very least move forward with the geo bond measure. That's my one vote. I think it's been established that every single time we've done a community survey, that the community prioritizes public safety, and it's a long time coming. We need these infrastructure improvements, and I'm confident that that's going to pull well. Do we have Curtis here?
From FM3?
FM3, yeah.
We would be using them, but we don't have them available this evening.
Okay, yeah. So I guess my question next time we hear from him would be, if from a statistical perspective, having too many questions on the poll would dilute, voter, or would impact voter opinions. That's my concern. That said, regardless of the poll, I wouldn't be supportive of the business modernization or the sales tax extension. Reason mainly being that the funds are too flexible once it hits the general fund. The purpose of Measure F, when we went forward with it, was that it was supposed to be because it's absolutely necessary. That we were trying to prevent layoffs and trying to keep the lights running. That was the intention at the time. What came out of it was increased spending, additional personnel in areas that were not recognized by staff as high on the priority list. That was a council directed, that was a council direction to go, against the what staff saw as the needs of the city were, because council has too much control of the budgetary process during the as it pertains to the general fund, and the flexibility that goes with it. I'm unable to support that kind of flexibility, because I don't believe that we have that fiscal restraint. If it were not up to council and we left it, strictly to, the professionals like you guys, maybe I would have a different opinion. But what entails is a very political process. You have folks all over lobbying for additional hires. You have folks asking for increased pay in a time when we can't afford it. You have folks prioritizing their own self-interest ahead of the city's operational needs. And these are taxpayer dollars that we're safeguarding here. So when it comes to infrastructure, I'm all for it. We need to make these investments. and it's restricted, and there's a whole process goes about. But when it comes to general fund dollars, right now I think all of us are rational for the most part, and reasonable when it comes to spending. But we have seen in the past when things can go sideways, and council can go on a tangent. We don't know who's going to be on council 4, 6, 8 years from now, making these decisions. So for us to authorize a large revenue source for a future council down the road, money to essentially play with, that's difficult for me to support, because I have seen where that can go wrong. Of course, I've seen where it's served the public well, and has funded critical resources. But I believe that we have the ability to find those revenues, in multiple avenues if we truly want to prioritize it. But if it's just a huge pocket of money that anybody can, try to have a slice of, the whole process is just madness. That's my opinion. So that said, I would like to support at the very least, the public safety infrastructure general obligation bond measure.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. And now we have Councilmember Barbatillo.
Shall I cry with them? Right. So, when I remember when we were doing the budget, I noticed and I made it apparent that portion of the budget going, the money, the benefits of that budget going back to the community is very significantly less than to other channels where we're going to spend the budget. And with this preconceived sources of revenues for the city, they see that its majority or percentage of it is coming from the people in the community. Well, the issue is, where else? We need a plan B. Even if you sugarcoat all of these for revenue sources in the next election, we're not so sure if this passes. These are taxing ordinances that requires the 50+1. So I think my point is, what is plan B? Well, most of the councils here, which should be I echo and the voice of the community. We put it there. Seems that you're not receptive with the taxing recommendations. So we should have a plan B, because the 5 of us here are a representation of who you will present these revenue sources in an election. And there's a gauge for on the 5 of us. It seems that not all of them are receptive to adding financial burdens, if you can say that, to be approved. So what I suggest is for staff to develop a plan B, just in case these anticipated sources of revenue will not fly with the voters. What else? What else can we do? That's always a possible question that I have if we discuss about expenses, expenditures, and other spending of the city. What else is there? So I think that's what I can suggest is alternative.
Thank you, Councilmember Van. You didn't ask a question, so I didn't respond, but thank you for your feedback, and Councilmember Barbadillo as well. One thing I hope I mentioned in the presentation that I wouldn't call this Plan A. At the core of what we do as an organization and what we do every day, and we do every day, we focus on what efficiencies can we gain in our organization, what grants or outside fundings or federal and state earmarks can we go for, what economic development and planning, public-private partnerships can we enter into to bring more revenue base into our city. And so that's always our Plan A. And this is these are additional measures that can help. I want to make sure, I think I've said this, but I want to make clear that we don't anticipate we would move forward with all these at one time, or maybe not even more than one at one time. However, by doing the outreach polling, we hope that we can then provide you all data in January, February to make a decision, a database decision based on what the statistically valid polling would say. We wouldn't do the polling with so we would, if we proceeded with the staff recommendation this evening, we would only have 3 measures in one of the polls. It would be the business tax measure, the sales tax, business tax modernization, sales tax measure, and general obligation bond measure. The storm would be its own separate polling. We can make sure that it's not, at the exact same time, and we can make sure that it's not, at the same time. So that's my response.
Right. It's just a follow-up. So I remember those 5 years projection during our budget, and then in the second or third year starting, then we take some deficiencies. How is this incorporated? Assuming that the voters love this and pass it, how would that augment those deficiencies that we have on the 5-year projection?
Sure. Can I please ask the slide presentation to be brought back up and go to slide 4, please? And I'm going to ask Finance Director Lai to help me out as well here. But essentially, the big thing, and again, it doesn't expire until 2029. This is Measure F, the sales tax measure. So the approximately $7 million per year. So we can see the big jump in the red numbers at the bottom from fiscal year 28-29, where the arrow's pointing at the negative 5.9 million, and a really substantial jump as you head into fiscal year 29 and 30, because this assumes Measure F, the quarter-cent sales tax, expires. So again, it doesn't expire till 2029. Sometime between now and 2029, our organization is going to need to decide, do we go for that extension or not? We're just throwing up as an option that maybe we can take care of that now. If we extended Measure F, the 7 million per year, we wouldn't lose that. And so those red numbers would be $7 million less. For the business tax modernization, we collect about $300,000 per year today. So if we were able to collect between, our estimates were anywhere between 1 to 3 million, depending on how we modernize. I'll just say 3 million per year from the businesses. I'll go with the higher number. So all those annual numbers at the bottom would change to the good by $3 million each. If we did the storm fee, there is an annual general fund, Warren, I think it's $500,000 that annually goes from the general fund into the storm fund. So if we were to do a storm fee, you would see a $500,000 benefit to each of these bottom lines. Addition to that, we would be able to do a lot of capital repairs that aren't shown in this chart because they're just not getting done right now or in the future. And then the general obligation bond measure is on the capital side. It would, if we could size it differently, but if we wanted enough money in that bond measure to at least do the police, public works, and IT building and fire station 3, somewhere around $200 million, that would not directly impact this slide. A little bit indirect because easier O&M costs and everything, but it wouldn't directly impact this slide.
some of the revenues sources that were mentioned out of the four, not all of them goes to a general fund. Some of them goes to specific expense.
Correct. So the storm fee it would allow us to stop. Well, if we depends on how we size the storm fee. If we just got a little bit, maybe we'd still have to do a general fund obligation, but that money cannot just go subsidize general fund. It'd have to all go towards storm specific. Some of that could be for staffing that manages the storm program. The general obligation bond absolutely would not legally be allowed to be used for general fund uses. And then the other two, the business tax modernization would be for general fund. And then the sales tax extension is currently and would continue to be for general fund. Thanks.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone else? Okay, Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor. So I feel that, we have the infrastructures, we have police, public works, IT, fire station 3, the storms, everything is on the list. And I feel that those are urgently asking for some sort of fund. So I am going to give that direction to Deputy City Manager that do the poll, because we need to find out how and where we can get the money to fund these. And I don't know how you're going to do it at 4 at the same time or 1 at every quarter. But please do it.
Can I make one recommendation or just a thought? Because Councilmember Lynn and Vice Mayor, you also mentioned the quantity of measures we're asking for is the storm pool. We have a separate process and a separate consultant who would be doing that evaluation. And then for the other 3, sales tax, business tax, and geo bond, we would be using FM3, who Councilmember Fan referenced. And so what one option, since we would ideally do it all in December, we could go just with polling on the 3 business tax, sales tax, and geo bond in the one poll in December. And then we come back in January to the mayor and city council and then ask if, and then talk at that time whether we wanted to proceed with the storm poll or not. Our storm consultant at the presentation last month did indicate that if we were proceeding with the general obligation bond in 2024, that it'd be unlikely that we would want to proceed with the storm fee at the same time anyway. So that's just a suggestion if that quantity is not desired.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I wouldn't go with 4 to be just my one vote. I would go with the public safety infrastructure general obligation measure, and that's it for this 2024 timeframe. That's how I stand. Thank you. It's too much. It's just, that's my feedback.
Can I provide one quick response? I think we're on the same page, but I just want to make sure I am not assuming we would go with 3 measures in 2024. We just wanted to see.
I understand,
Okay.
but even
All right.
the polling, I
Okay.
just want to do 1.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
thank you. And I'll put in my little 2 cents here. So I know that Measure F does that need to go on the polling in 2024, or was it 2028 that it expires?
2029. And I'm going to ask Finance Director Lai to please, can you weigh in on that?
It doesn't have to go in 2024. It can wait until 2026.
Okay. Okay, yeah, let's hold off on that one. And for me, the geo bond for the public safety is number one. Business tax modernization, I would hold off on that. Stormwater, I would hold off on that. Probably just the geo bond, public safety, and Measure F in 2026. So those are my thoughts. That's my prioritization.
Oh, and can would you mind if I ask for a clarification?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so for just for polling, would you be comfortable with the if we poll for the business tax as well, just to see if voters have a better appetite in addition to the geo bond?
Well, but what I think the when I hear of a business tax, I always think that we're going to be raising the taxes on. It's going to change the taxes on their businesses, and we're trying to help our businesses. They're already paying fees up the, they're, and to me, it just sends doesn't send a good message that we're trying to help the business community. So no, I would just stick with the geo bond. Those are my thoughts. Anybody else have any? Anthony.
Yeah. When we do these surveys, generally speaking, it costs the same, right? Like the topics that you cover.
Correct. Yeah, the cost is going to be relatively the same whether we pull, because we're still going to pull about 6 to 9. I think it's, I'm just looking at the quote, you're about 900 residents, and we're still going to develop the survey. So the cost is going to be roughly the same whether we ask for about 3 things or 1 thing.
I think that it might be helpful for us to make the most of that poll then, not to poll necessarily what other bond measures or revenue measures, but really in terms of budget, like where and policy, just to get an overall sense of the public opinion, so that we can better serve them. So while not necessarily making it an explicit question, would you support a business tax or whatnot? We can ask them what voters are comfortable with. What kind of things would they be comfortable with, so that we can craft something up in the future.
Okay.
I mean, sorry, it's getting late. I guess what I'm asking kind of just sounds like polling how they feel about a business tax, but
because we would include general questions about how they're feeling about city services in Milpitas. We could include questions like that.
Yeah, I think that would be good. Yeah. And also for Councilmember Barbadillo, I mean, Plan B, cannabis is always in.
So I think it depends on how the questions are asked, and I think the consultant will be doing that, right?
Yes.
And can that go before the console, before it goes out? So we can.
We wouldn't have time for that, but we would. But we would definitely take all the feedback we've been hearing today, and make sure that whatever direction we get, we will absolutely follow that direction.
Okay, I think Councilmember Barbadillo, did you have your hand? Okay, well, I think. Okay, so let's have a vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, based on the feedback from all of us, I would, this is the way I see it. I would do one for the public safety infrastructure general obligation bond measure. If they say no, then you can ask, would you be, all the other threes? Do you see what I'm saying? But the focus is the public safety infrastructure general obligation bond. Do you see what I'm saying? It's not the whole thing. It's just part of the question. How do you feel about, or something to that effect? Then you can get an idea on the feedback from the residents.
Okay.
They're shooting two birds with one stone. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But the focus is the public, the obligation bond,
Thank you.
public safety.
And one clarification to that is, I would know that if we proceed in that direction, one thing we would likely do as part of the public safety geo bond questions is a lot of times, sometimes you'll throw in the word park in some of the questions and the words green in some of the questions. And so we would get into a little bit more detail to see that would help us shape. It would definitely be a public safety bond focus,
right?
But sometimes if you throw other types of projects that may be smaller in nature along with it, it can increase the voter likelihood of supporting. And so those are the type of things that we would include in that. And we would work with the team and the polling company on that, but just as a clarification. But it would definitely be a public safety bond focus, and we would get community feedback as well.
And I think, like the mayor said, we should, I mean, even Councilmember Fan, we should see the way the questions are framed, because based on that, I mean, we don't want to spook the residents, to be honest with you. That's the concern that I have.
What we can do is make sure that the mayor and council receive a copy of the questions that are going out.
Before it goes up.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, just
Thank
one
you.
comment and one quick question. So, yeah, I think to be efficient, we would like to focus the poll on the main topic that we've heard tonight, but also as the deputy city manager has indicated, that we would weave in, the pollster could weave in some of these other items so that we could see if there is an appetite in the community. If the geo bond didn't go forward, would they support these other measures? If I heard that correct, I just wanted to clarify. And then on the business tax modernization, I wonder if Director Lai could briefly explain what that would involve. It's my understanding that it would change from a per person tax, which we have now, and it would be based on a per square footage. And is that correct? And if that's so, what would we anticipate that change would be?
Thank you for the question. So I think right now we have two potential concepts for modernization. One would be based on a gross receipts. So a business's gross receipts would be the basis, and it would be a small percentage of that. Or it would be indexed based on, as you mentioned, the size of the parcel or the property. And so those are the two possible indexes. The poll won't go into that level of detail. I think it's more conceptual as to whether or not members of the participants in the poll feel that the business community need to pay their fair share of public service, right? Because residents and business community members do enjoy public service, and we all need to pay a fair share. Is $60 per business a fair share for public works, public safety, a variety of public services, right? And so I think the essence of the polling is really to kind of understand where the public is leaning on this subject. And then we would fine tune the details of what that business tax modernization would be, and we would come back to council. But right now, those are the two frameworks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
the tax thing, business tax thing is very complicated. I spoke with several mayors, which they did their tax modification, like Palo Alto and Santa Clara. It's not that easy. It could be based on the number of employees as well. It can't, there's so many iteration of that one. It's complicated. It's not something we can do overnight. That's what I'm saying. So like, I agree with the mayor that we want to help the businesses, not burden them more with taxes. I mean, so that's my take on that one. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more comments before we move on?
Mayor, I believe you have to take a public comment on this item.
Okay, go ahead. So there's public comment?
Walter Montemayor of Milpitas. For me, of course, we received the presentation, leading, convincing. The direction, I heard everybody kind of in a low profile, like me. But when it comes to toughness, I would say, go for it. The balance, the need for city to sustain, the increasing deficit. I don't want to mention the word filing chapter. In other words, I'm with the people. Hopefully they will excuse me or pardon me for saying this, but I'm very positive if we all work together, we will be strong and we could afford the problem of the finance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make any comments?
I have no public speaker cards.
Anyone else? Okay, so now we've already had council discussion. Any more discussions from the council? If not, we can take a vote, make a motion. Is there anyone? No, we have to make a motion second. Correct, to make that recommendation? Do we have to make a motion on this item?
Yeah, yes. I think
So who would like to make a motion to? Okay, so we'll have Vice Mayor Chua.
I'm gonna try to make a motion. Maybe it's late. Maybe I'll ask the city attorney. Can you please state the motion as you heard us discuss? What do you think? Let me listen to it.
I will certainly do my best to do so.
I can try as well.
My understanding from the discussion that went on was that the city council is interested in moving forward with some amount of polling, but that polling should be primarily focused on the GEO bond, but could include some other things as recommended by the polling expert FM3. And I believe that's the motion.
Is that how you
That's what I
start?
heard as well. Yes.
Okay, so move.
Is there a second? Councilmember Fan seconded. So moved by Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Fan. So we're now going to the vote.
Councilmember Barbadillo,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne,
Aye.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you, everyone. Okay, now moving on to item 18.
Mayor, if I may, I might do a time check. If we can do this one additional item, if the council agrees, we could postpone the last item. We'll see how this next one goes to our next meeting. It'll be a special meeting next Tuesday. The agenda is rather light, so we could fit the last agenda, which is prioritization, next week if we don't have time tonight. But
Yeah,
you can decide when we get through this item. If you
Yeah, so that's good. I would recommend that we defer this item 18.
Oh, well, it'll be
Is that okay?
the next one. We can take this item tonight and then we defer item 19.
Oh,
to
item 19.
next
Okay.
Tuesday.
Yeah, let's
That'd be
do
okay?
that.
All right. So with that, then item 18 is an ordinance related to cannabis uses, and presentation will be done by the city attorney's office. I'll turn the time over to the city attorney for presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. So there's been there will shortly be a new law that goes into effect, SB 1186, that requires all jurisdictions to allow for delivery of medical cannabis within their jurisdictions. This would be a change of the law. City Attorney's Office is recommending an update to the cannabis ordinance to set forth some specific regulations related to this. With that, I'll turn it over to Assistant City Attorney Christopher Creech.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I know that's late, but I appreciate your consideration. With the new year comes new laws, including SB 1186. As the City Attorney mentioned, it is going to change the way the cannabis regulation can be done in California at a local level. Specifically, will prohibit jurisdictions from directly or effectively prohibiting the delivery of medicinal cannabis patients or their primary caregivers. What that means in practical effect is that starting January 1st of 2024, not only can a number of individuals bring lawsuits against cities if their ordinances do not comply with this new law, but also that in jurisdictions that don't have regulations for that delivery, businesses can begin delivering without the benefit of local regulation controlling how those deliveries occur. So the proposal of the amending ordinance that the City Attorney's Office is bringing to you tonight has two primary parts to it. It maintains the current prohibition of cannabis in Milpitas to the fullest extent allowed by the current law. And it regulates the delivery of medicinal cannabis consistent with SB 1186. Next slide, please. So I want to start by this presentation by going over what will and what will not change, starting with what will change. There are two key components of SB 1186, the requirement that ordinances not directly prohibit delivery and that they not effectively prohibit delivery. So starting with no direct prohibition, what I've parsed out here is the actual language of that particular clause of this law. And it has four components dealing with the retail sale by delivery within a local jurisdiction of medicinal cannabis, which includes medicinal cannabis products, to medicinal cannabis patients or their primary caregivers. I want to focus on those last two elements, which is that it only relates to the delivery of medicinal cannabis, not recreational use cannabis, and not anything other than medicinal cannabis or medicinal cannabis products, including accessories for cannabis or promotional materials or other kinds of things that might be delivered in addition to medicinal cannabis. It also specifically relates to delivery to two kinds of individuals, primary caregivers and their patients. Next slide, please. The other component of the law, as dealt with the text here, which is a verbatim quote, is an effective prohibition. That is one that either prevents the delivery in a timely and readily accessible manner of cannabis or prevents the delivery of the types and quantities demanded in the local jurisdiction. And the SB 1186 then goes on to list 5 different potential types of laws which might violate that prohibition if they effectively prohibited the delivery of medicinal cannabis. That includes limitations on the number of delivery services, the hours of delivery, the frequency of delivery, quantities of delivery, or the establishment of physical premises for delivery. Next slide, please. What doesn't change? What SB 1186 does not do is it does not prevent local jurisdictions from establishing reasonable regulations, and it is expressed on that point. It allows jurisdictions to establish zoning requirements, licensing requirements, security or public health and safety requirements, state or local taxes upon medicinal cannabis, and regulations that are otherwise consistent with the law, and specifically allows jurisdictions to continue to have their prohibitions and their other regulations on anything other than the retail sale by delivery of medicinal cannabis. Next slide, please. So what is brought before you is two components. The first one being regulation of this now require of the delivery of medicinal cannabis. Those regulations include restrictions that delivery go to an identified patient or their primary caregiver, that delivery services obtain the state required documentation for the patient or primary caregiver showing that they are qualified to obtain medicinal cannabis, delivery to a patient's residence or primary caregiver's business location, that is not delivery to a school, to a street corner, to some other kinds of an address, that the delivery be signed for by a person 18 years of age or older, either the patient or their primary caregiver, that the delivery of medicinal cannabis and medicinal cannabis products be the only things that are being delivered, not accessories, not promotional materials, not other kinds of things that are not required by SB 1186. That delivery occur between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., which was a recommendation from the police department. That delivery services register with the Milpitas Police Department, which was again a recommendation from the police department. That businesses maintain business license and pay all applicable local fees and taxes. That they maintain documentation and make that available to law enforcement, showing their compliance with these provisions. And that, like all other provisions in municipal code, these violations can be punished both by administrative citation as well as criminal action, and that specifically that action could be an infraction or a misdemeanor at the prosecuting authority's discretion. And finally, that the city manager is empowered with the consultation of the police chief to adopt regulations to implement these provisions as this law continues to develop and as the industry continues to develop under this law. Next slide, please. So the other component of SB 1186 is that even if the law does not directly prohibit cannabis, and even if the regulations do not prevent the delivery of medicinal cannabis, if there's an effective prohibition, and that is that there exist jurisdictions in California where not only can you not deliver within a particular jurisdiction, you can't deliver in the next jurisdiction over or the next city past that. You can't get cannabis for many miles. It may be impossible to therefore have the delivery of cannabis into a local jurisdiction. As shown by the map that appears on the screen here, which is from the Department of Cannabis Control, the state agency responsible for cannabis regulation in California, the Bay Area isn't one of those jurisdictions. Not only does the city of San Jose, our next door neighbor, allow every single cannabis business allowed by state law, and Mountain View also allows retail storefront and delivery. But as you can see, the other 4 counties in the area also have significant land and other opportunities for cannabis businesses. The San Jose Department of Cannabis Control reports that there are 16 registered retailers in their jurisdiction, 12 of which can deliver. The Department of Cannabis Control on their website posts those who are licensed. There are over 160 by my count within a 40-mile radius of Milpitas. That is about a 1-hour delivery. And that's consistent with a survey of 3 different online delivery platforms, which showed over 40 different delivery services offering and advertising for delivery to Milpitas, with thousands of products being offered for delivery. Next slide, please. The other parts besides what currently exists is the availability of further development. And this table summarizes, again, information provided by the Department of Cannabis Control showing all the different places in which these businesses can be developed. By my count, there are 12 cities and 3 counties nearby where retail storefront and delivery is allowed. There are 13 cities and 3 counties where distribution of cannabis is allowed. There are 14 cities and 4 counties where cultivation is allowed, and 15 cities and 3 counties where manufacture is allowed. most notably San Francisco, San Jose, Alameda, Berkeley, Hayward, Oakland, San Leandro, Union City, Santa Cruz, and Watsonville all allow every single kind of cannabis business allowed under the state law, as does Alameda County and Santa Cruz County. Next slide, please. So the recommendation tonight is to bring a motion to introduce ordinance number 298.1 to waive reading beyond the title and to move forward with an ordinance that would amend the city's cannabis ordinance to keep the current prohibition and make it consistent with SB 1186. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So now it's time for public comment on this item. Is there anyone, City Clerk on Zoom? Not, you can, public, the audience. Go ahead.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. At least I heard clearly state law. We voted. I know, should I say, most of us probably in Milpitas didn't agree for this, but it's a state law. And they're trying to do our best to regulate for the best of everybody. So I'm for the recommendation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for coming up here. Is there anyone else that would like to make any comments on this item? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to council discussion. Any council members would like to make any comments on this item? I see Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. Kristen, Attorney Kristen, can you please bring up slide number 8? Oh, 7. So the graph. There you go. So this is with the new ordinance.
Sorry,
This is with the new order. I mean, with the new bill. I mean, law.
I don't remember the exact date that the department, so this is taken from the Department of Cannabis Control's website. They provide public information about the current state of regulations in various jurisdictions. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly when this table was last updated, but it was in 2023.
So is the new law in this graph? Do we know?
It would not necessarily be indicated in this graph. Technically speaking, what would definitely change is the allowance for retail delivery, at least of medicinal cannabis. That would certainly change. Also, certainly all jurisdictions are looking at their cannabis ordinances, like the city of Milpitas is, and looking at.
Okay, I got it. Can you please do the check marks for Milpitas as of now before this new ordinance that you're proposing? How does it look for Milpitas now?
So the way that this chart would look for Milpitas now, as well as after this amending ordinance, is the same thing, which is that all of the boxes would be checked no. The one difference would be that there would be an allowance for the delivery of medicinal cannabis, to the extent required by state law. There wouldn't be an allowance for the establishment of retail storefronts or retail delivery businesses within the city limits.
So basically, we will be like Fremont, Livermore, Newark, because they're all crossed off.
As well as every single city in Santa Clara County except for San Jose and the city of Mountain.
Oh, so generally, all the cities within the Santa Clara County is basically, they don't allow retail store, except for San Jose. They don't allow retail storefront, retail delivery and distribution. And that's what we have now, I know.
Or cultivation or manufacturing.
Cultivation. The only difference with the new ordinance that you're proposing is, what is that one?
It is to allow the delivery of medicinal cannabis to patients and primary caregivers as required by SB 1186.
And on top of that, there are specific conditions as well, the time of delivery and all those. I think it's on slide 6 that you enumerated, making it more, slide 5, making it more making it stricter, all these proposed local regulations.
That's right. So to be clear, the city's current ordinance states that it prohibits delivery to the fullest extent allowed by state law. This one clearly amends the ordinance to be consistent with SB 1185 to adopt finding and declaration by the city council that it is not prohibiting delivery in the way that SB 1185 requires cities to do. And then, as you pointed out, adopting regulations of how that delivery of medicinal cannabis will occur.
This is making it more strict. Okay, I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other one? Councilmember would like to say anything on this? Okay, we have a Councilmember Barbadillo.
But the amendment to the ordinance just for medicinal cannabis.
Correct. Medicinal cannabis, which includes medicinal cannabis products.
All right. So currently there's no delivery, whether it's recreational, medicinal in Milpitas.
Not for commercial cannabis. It doesn't, for instance, besides the current state scheme related to licensing and medicinal cannabis businesses, there are certain allowances at state law for the non-commercial delivery and transfer of medicinal cannabis to individuals.
Okay, so I want to find out. So currently, we don't allow sale of cannabis and any other products in Milpitas, right?
Right. We prohibit all forms of commercial cannabis business to the fullest extent allowed by state.
Okay. And what is allowed currently is cultivation for personal use and consumption.
Correct. So there's a portion of our ordinance that allows for cultivation for individual use.
Okay.
And then there is also an exemption in our ordinance for those kinds of medicinal cannabis uses that are allowed by, for instance, the Compassionate Use Act.
Right, but not the sale of either of them.
Not commercial businesses for cannabis. Those are currently prohibited in
Okay, so with the new law in 2024, comply with that law, we should proactively allow delivery of medicinal cannabis and products in Milpitas.
That's right. Delivery from locations outside of the city to locations within the city of retail medicinal cannabis.
For commercial or personal use? Did you distinguish?
It's for medicinal use. So it's medicinal cannabis that's retail delivery. And it's to patients and primary care.
So will this give a business in the guise of selling medicinal marijuana to be delivered cannabis for medicinal use? I'm trying to see if somebody could circumvent this and put a business in Milpitas to sell that. Because now we allow commercial delivery, right? For medicinal use. So what would this ordinance guarantee us that in my garage, I decide to sell medical marijuana? Now you can deliver to me because of this ordinance.
So in answer to your question, what this proposed amending ordinance for consideration doesn't do is it doesn't change land use at all in Milpitas. That is, what businesses can be established here remains the same prohibition that exists. What does allow to happen consistent with the SB 1186 is for delivery from some other location outside of Milpitas to Milpitas. And then to your point of how do you make sure that that is delivery of medicinal cannabis to a patient or their primary caregiver, as the law requires, those are the regulations that are being adopted, which are in addition to the state regulations. They have requirements like that the business has to have an identified patient that they're delivering to. They have to have the state required documentation showing the qualification of that patient to receive medicinal cannabis, and that they maintain that documentation and provide upon request that they deliver actually to that patient or their primary caregiver. So it doesn't get in the hands of other kinds of people or minors under the age of 18.
And Councilmember Barbadillo, I think there's some confusion about the word commercial and how it's being used here. Allowing for the commercial delivery of medicinal cannabis means that the person who's delivering the cannabis can do it for profit. Now, that cannabis cannot be resold within the city of Milpitas, or frankly at all. It has to be consumed for the personal use of the patient who it's being delivered to, or if it's being delivered to a primary caregiver on behalf of the patient, it has to be consumed not by the primary caregiver, but only by the patient. So it cannot be resold from someone's garage or in any other place.
Right. So you got my point. So let's say Walgreens decided to sell medicinal marijuana. Your ordinance is just for the patient and the medical provider. Can they do that?
No, they cannot establish those premises within the city of Milpitas in order to sell that cannabis. What any entity could do is to establish premises outside of the city and then deliver from those premises to locations within the city, consistent with these regulations and state law.
What's your argument if, I'm Walgreens and I'm going to sell medicines and I will consider that medical marijuana delivered to my store to be illegitimate and in accordance with the ordinance that you're proposing?
So SB 1186, what it requires and what this proposed ordinance allows is only delivery to a primary caregiver or an identified patient or to the identified patient themselves. Walgreens wouldn't qualify as a primary caregiver as defined under the law.
A doctor's clinic will qualify?
So if there is a primary caregiver, which is the same kind of, I'm simplifying it, but it's the same kind of concept that we have for what a normal primary caregiver is. Someone who has been responsible for the care of a patient who happens to also be someone who receives medicinal cannabis. Then those people could receive deliveries of medicinal cannabis for that patient.
All right. So receive deliveries in behalf of the patient.
Right, for the identified patient.
Okay. And what is it? The caregiver or
The primary caregiver.
Primary caregiver is just a recipient, but the intention of the ordinance is to make sure that it goes to the patient.
Right. So what the state law allows and what the definition of primary caregiver has is it's someone who has been responsible for the care, well-being, and upkeep of a patient. You can think about doctors, you can think about alternative medicine, you can think about lots of different people who might qualify as that primary caregiver. But they would have to be receiving that cannabis for an identified patient, not for themselves, not just for I might give it to somebody someday.
No,
Not
don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you that. I'm not asking that it's going to be given or distributed somewhere else. Okay, here's my point. Let's say you just said it's a primary caregiver. Let's say there's a clinic in Main Street, right? That caters for people who uses cannabis or cannabis product. Now that the clinic wants to stock its stock and have medicinal marijuana products delivered to his or her clinic and wait for patients to come to him and distribute that, then technically, it's from outside of Milpitas going to primary caregiver and with the end user of a patient. So are we going to allow that? With this ordinance allow that?
So that does not, the current proposed amended ordinance doesn't change that prohibition, which would be both against the current ordinance as well as the amended ordinance, that's the establishment of a business. That would not be one that meets the definition of of a primary caregiver for a qualified patient.
Moreover, Councilmember Barbadio, you couldn't establish the sort of clinic you're discussing because delivery is only allowed for a specific identifiable patient.
Okay.
So you can't just say, I'm going to order a bunch of medicinal cannabis, but I'm only going to give it to people who I think are worthy of that. In that case, you don't have a specific identifiable patient. You would then be prohibited from delivering in the city of Milpitas. In order to check on that requirement, all delivery firms would be obligated to keep track of who, before the delivery happens, is the specific identified patient and what their recommendation is. That's one of the records that can be requested by the police department and reviewed. So the police department could then shut down the kind of business that you're contemplating.
Right. So how can we enforce that then? I don't know if it's happening. Let's say, I order marijuana online, that's delivered to Milpitas. Is that happening now? I know it's a bit sarcastic question, right? So it does, right? So what makes a difference now that you're regulating medical marijuana? Because I won't mention those outfits that deliver it online, but you order, nobody could monitor it. So now with this ordinance, it's a black and white, you allow medicinal marijuana. And believe me, there's going to be a lot of people who contest which one is medical, which one is not, for purposes of having to use it. So if we can even monitor those delivery now, how could we monitor this? How is the enforcement of this ordinance?
So the enforcement, as part of the ordinance of tools that gives the police department, is that documentation, the requirement that businesses obtain the medical documentation necessary to show qualification of that patient to obtain those documents. It's also important to note that these regulations go hand in hand with the regulations that have already been adopted by the state. The state, for instance, has imposed a track and trace requirement and program where deliveries have to be input into a state system of the quantities, the products being delivered, who it's being delivered to, where it's going, where it's on the truck, show the delivery and the transportation. It means that you can have a paper record and trail that law enforcement is allowed to request both at the state level and under this local regulation to get the documentation and information that could be used to bring a case against someone who is not complying with this ordinance. And it's worth noting that both under the current ordinance, the amended ordinance, as well as state law, that definition of delivery services includes electronic platforms.
So we are expected to get in touch with the state for records of people, for companies who deliver and monitor it.
There's the power under our local ordinance to both get records directly from the delivery services. There's the power under state law that allows local law enforcement to get the records required under state law from those delivery services. And then there is also systems maintained by the Department of Cannabis Control, including that track and trace program, which are available to law enforcement to get additional information that can assist enforcement.
All right, so that's good in theory. Let me ask you this. It's happening that cannabis is being delivered here in Milpitas, regardless of prohibition, right? It is happening. So why can't we monitor that? We have an ordinance existing to prohibit that. How and why are we not able to monitor that?
So I think from that perspective of how law enforcement resources are being used or where they're applied or what is being prioritized, I think that might be a better question for the police department than for me in terms of the legal tool. I can speak to that.
That's the answer that I was expecting. Now that we're regulating delivery, how much more can we focus resources in monitoring this delivery. This delivery that we cannot monitor right now because of enforcement, right? Now we're legalizing, no, legalizing. We're giving it a name because of that change in state law. How can we monitor it? So yes, it's a good concept, the ordinance, and the spirit of it is there, right? But it goes with enforcement as well. When I say that, it's not just if we transfer it to a law enforcement. When I say that, we have to make sure, because you said this is the strictest ever ordinance that would regulate per the new rule. So what my drive is instead, in addition to trying to put resources on enforcement for its enforcement, is to make sure that each language that you put on this new ordinance, as strict as you define it, caters for this loophole.
Chief, would you like, Councilmember Barber, would you like the chief to make a
Yes,
comment?
please, yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Jared Hernandez, serving as your Chief of Police. So the reality is that there are businesses and entities delivering marijuana in the city of Milpitas. From an enforcement standpoint, it's usually a coordination between a seller and a buyer that's happening now. So they're not going to report on each other that they're violating the Milpitas ordinance, right? So from an enforcement standpoint, we're only going to know if somebody calls us. If an officer makes a car stop as the product is being transported from wherever it's coming from to whoever's buying it, then an officer would have to look at what's in the car. They have to identify, is there a state law being violated, a city ordinance being violated, and then some type of enforcement action would take place. Maybe a neighbor calls because these deliveries happen at the same place at the same time. They're concerned illegal drug sales are happening. That might be another way that we get involved in the current scheme of how cannabis is occurring in Milpitas. With the changes in the state law, we are forced to allow certain things. And so the way that the ordinance and what we're proposing, limiting the delivery times, will help us kind of narrow down the people that are legitimately doing this in compliance with the state law, as well as requiring the businesses to register with the police department would help us identify that what we come across, we're still going to come across it in the same way, a car stop or whatever. But at least there's avenues now for us to verify that this transaction is in compliance with the intent of the law. The reason that I asked for an inclusion of time limitations is because we wanted to make sure that we were being sympathetic to the needs of patients. And I think a reasonable time would be 6 to 9, 6 to 10, somewhere in there. So now if an officer comes across somebody at 3 o'clock in the morning and they have a bunch of marijuana in their car or cannabis in their car, it's going to lend us to kind of look at this is not a legitimate, purpose or a legitimate delivery, and it's outside the confines of our municipal code. The reason that we want the businesses to register is for the same purpose. If an officer stops a vehicle or somebody complains about what appears to be hand-to-hand sales, and an officer goes to investigate, they can now go back to the employing agency or whoever the seller is and confirm, is this legitimate? Is there a patient log? And that's really the only way that we're going to be able to sort out a legitimate use under the new laws. The reality is that people always find ways to capitalize on different things. And I think that what I hear in your comments, you recognize that some people have taken advantage of the concept of municipal marijuana and have used it as an excuse. And so I think what the city attorneys are recommending is sensible controls that allow us, when we do come across those situations, to try to narrow it down. Is it in compliance with the law or is it not?
Well, I agree. right? But now, if that's how we see it, then it's just regulating the what was allowed, because we are regulating medical marijuana and products by this ordinance because state law says so. But at the same time, we use this regulation of this allowed medical cannabis also to regulate the unregulated one that comes, to Milpitas. So maybe this is a chance now. We have learned for the last 3 years, this ordinance, 4 years, this ordinance has been going, that under our noses there are deliveries. So probably, in addition to be compliant with the state law, now is also the chance to maybe amend the existing ordinance with the experience that we had to make it stricter, or however it is. I'll defer to you. Those illegal deliveries that are happening. So not only that we make sure that we comply with state law with regards to medical marijuana, but also, since we're amending this ordinance with our experience in the past few years having some illegal deliveries, maybe tweak the ordinance also to make it stricter and more stickier to those illegal delivery. I don't know what that is, but I think this is the opportunity, right? Amend both ways, amend to comply with medical, and amend and devise ways based on the experience that there are illegal deliveries in the past. I don't know what that is, but if we amend this cannabis ordinance, we might as well amend both. Make sure that it's stricter on the illegal deliveries, and we can enforce and really regulate the allowed medical cannabis products under state law. But that's my thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Rapadillo. Anyone else? Anthony, Councilmember Fan.
Yes, thank you. My views on cannabis, despite all my jokes, have actually changed a lot over the years. I think that at the time when I was on the ad hoc subcommittee on cannabis, we spent a lot of work crafting a robust policy, and we covered a lot of the things that came up tonight, whether it's the safety standards, privacy concerns, the proximity it is to sensitive locations, and that was because that was our ordinance. Look, we had control over it. When it comes to medical, you get less control. You're largely defined by what the state says you can regulate. I'm actually not a huge fan of delivery. It can go awry in so many ways, and it has, particularly with in cases of people targeting the vehicles used to deliver. I think when you take a look at people who try to cheat the system, I'm not so much concerned as to the operators, posing in the guise of medical cannabis, but rather how easy it is to just get cannabis, how easy it is to just get cannabis for medical reasons. You have a headache, you can get cannabis. Back pain, you can get cannabis. You hate your colleague, you can get cannabis. Pretty much almost, anything you can get cannabis for. So the question remains, how do we regulate it, right? Well, it comes down to resources. And, you know, I think that what gives us the most control over the regulation is actually setting up a robust standard. And that entails that covers beyond just medical. If you do medical, it's not really going to do much. It's not really going to give us the tools that we need. It's not going to give us the opportunities to qualify for funding to actually go after the bad actors. At the same time, you know, you open that up, then it opens up a floodgate of delivery operators. You got to look at it from a big picture perspective. I'm not quite sure Milpitas is, as a community, ready for it. I think right now, if anybody in Milpitas actually wants to get cannabis, they can get cannabis. You know, they can get it delivered. We just don't get the tax revenues. And we don't have a lot of control over it. So I think that the ship has kind of sailed in terms of like economic opportunity for Milpitas here. The best thing that we can do is ensure that by ordinance that protocols are being met, that coordination with our public safety you know, is being performed, that bookkeeping, you know, is you know, is being adhered to. But at the end of the day, it's this ordinance, it's not gonna really do much in terms of what people are gonna be able to do that they can't do already. That's what that's my take on it. I do think that we should regulate it though, because that's the only way that we can get control over it. Also, in my findings, while it is a huge source of revenue for municipalities, the tax part of it is also like one of the largest deterrent too, at least when it comes to legal cannabis. You overtax something, people will less likely to use it, but if they really want it, they can get it. So I'm not sure what the solution is, but doing nothing at all is not going to help. And then the other thing that I would say though is when we were working on our ordinance, at the very least, we controlled the permits. We could have controlled the permits. We could have controlled where they went, where the dispensaries would have gone. We would have had control of the land use process of it, how many certificates or permits would be issued, what kind of standards would be set in terms of even qualifying for a permit. Without that, people are just gonna get cannabis from, who knows, Fremont, Hayward, San Jose, and that part we don't actually have control over. At the end of the day, though, you know, I do find a lot of these delivery services pretty shady. And medical operators shady, more so than just a recreational facility itself. So that's just my observations. I don't know if the ad hoc subcommittee still has a purpose. If council sees a value in continuing that, you know, that's for discussion too, I guess. But thank you, Chief. I feel like we kept you up here longer than
No problem.
yeah.
Okay, thank you, Anthony, Councilmember Fan. Anyone else have any questions for Chief? If not, come back. Thank you. Okay, let's continue the conversation. Anyone else? Okay, I don't see anyone else. Yeah, so does anyone want to make a motion? Because, you know, the way I see it, it's, okay, Gary. Councilmember Ovidio.
I will not make a motion, but I will make a suggestion, and it's up to the council to adopt. So with the information that we receive and having known now that there may be some illegal deliveries, right? As much as we want to comply with the upcoming state law, how about we defer this and with the thoughts that we have now, let's tighten if there is still the ordinance on those illegal deliveries, and we preserve the proposed amendment to the ordinance to comply with the state law, and we come back with a better version, shooting it with one stone. Tighten. I don't know if there is still an avenue to do that. Tighten illegal distribution and deliveries in Milpitas, and then at the same time amending such ordinance to comply with the state law. That's just my recommendation.
So the one issue that would pose for this council is during the interim period while we're working on the ordinance regarding enforcement of other forms of cannabis, medicinal cannabis would be allowed within the city of Milpitas. It would just be entirely unregulated because SB 1186 is going to go into effect on January 1st, regardless of whether the city of Milpitas adopts regulations or not. So the recommendation would be to adopt the ordinance that's in front of you with any suggestions that you might have with regard to enforcement of medicinal cannabis deliveries. And then if the council also would like, we can go back and determine whether stricter requirements need to be put in place with regard to other forms of cannabis, or whether it's an enforcement issue and we would need an enforcement program, or what alternative program we could have in place for the other forms of cannabis.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to, are you finished, Councilmember Barbadio? Are you done? Okay. So I'd like to make a motion to go with staff's recommendation. I don't see anybody. Nobody has their hand raised. No one has their hand raised. Is there a second? Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. He had a motion. Okay. So it was made a motion by Councilmember Barbadio and seconded by Anthony Fan, Councilmember Fan. Okay, now for the vote.
Councilmember Bardillo.
I have a clarifying question. Can I? Sorry, it's my name. So if it comes back, how long will an ordinance come around? If we come back with if my motion passes and we come back next council meeting, will it be late already for its effectiveness on January 1st?
That's right. You could not adopt the ordinance fast enough, and the ordinance would go into effect 30 days thereafter. So the time in which it would go into effect would be after SB 1186 had already taken effect. I also, just to be clear, the council can adopt changes to the ordinance tonight and can at the next meeting and the meeting after that or any other time the council wants, make further changes to the ordinance, make further amendments, create a subcommittee, conduct whatever study or direction that wants to staff in addition to these kinds of elements dealing with SB 1186 and addressing the imminent deadline of January 1st.
So our current ordinance is will be in violation of the new law if we don't pass anything.
I would say it as arguably, because I don't think as the city attorney I would ever say things against the city. But there would be an argument that the current ordinance is inconsistent with SB 1186. There's an allowance under SB 1186 for cannabis businesses, individuals, the attorney general, and others to bring writs of mandate and other legal actions against cities if their ordinances do not comply with SB 1186. And as the city attorney pointed out, the other thing that SB 1186 allows businesses to do starting January 1st is to ignore ordinances that are inconsistent.
Okay, a simple question. Will our ordinance be not in compliance with the new law in January 2024 if we don't amend it now?
Councilmember Barbadillo, I think the question has less to do with whether the ordinance is in compliance and whether this council wants to regulate the delivery within its borders. So arguably, an argument could be made that we would be out of compliance. If we were out of compliance, then we could face a lawsuit as a result of that. That wouldn't be the most pressing issue. The most pressing issue would be we'd have to allow medical cannabis deliveries within our borders without requiring that the delivery agencies register with the police department, without requiring that the delivery agencies do so between 6 a.m. and 10 p.m., without requiring that it be delivered to someone over the age of 18, without requiring that it only be consumed by the medicinal marijuana patient, without requiring that it be delivered to a brick and mortar address as opposed to a street corner or a park or something like that. So the idea by passing the ordinance at this time would be to be able to regulate so we can prevent the deliveries in parks and things of that nature.
I get that. You know, even if we let it for a month, my point is, can we do it at that time? Right. You said we allowed that if we don't regulate, fine. But say, this council didn't do anything about this ordinance. And for what happens is, you allow those deliveries without safeguard. But can we do it at that time?
So you would be able to do it at that time. We certainly could face a facial challenge to our ordinance. I don't know if we would in a short period of time. We would not likely face an as applied challenge to the ordinance because we wouldn't enforce the ordinance to the extent that it was inconsistent with 1186.
Yeah.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Barbadillo. My question is related to Councilmember Barbadillo's question. I think there's only one or two items that needed to be addressed. Can you not be ready in the next council meeting? Can you be ready in the next council meeting for those items?
So Councilmember Chua, I think I would be able to take this. what Councilmember Barbadillo is asking for would not only be potential amendments to the ordinance, but an entire enforcement strategy. And my office would not be in charge of that entire enforcement strategy. We would have to coordinate with the police department. We would have to coordinate potentially with the planning department, depending on what this council is looking for with economic development, certainly with the city manager's office. It would require quite a bit of legwork. And I don't know off the top of my head what amount of time that legwork would take, because it hasn't been actions that we've contemplated to date.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay. So, Councilmember Barbadillo, you made a motion. You want to amend your motion? Okay.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye. The reason why I'm saying aye is because there is substance to the requests of Councilmember Barbadillo. I think if we want to make this tighter, this ordinance, we have to address the issues that were raised. Thank you.
Councilmember Leanne.
Nay.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Abstain. Okay. All right, so now we have, how many was it? 3 ayes? What was the count?
Sorry. The motion carries 3-1.
Okay. 3-1. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. So next, announcements and we're going to go to C6. This was pulled by Councilmember Lynn.
Mayor, we're past 11.
It was Councilmember Lynn. Right.
Mayor, we're past 11 p.m. It requires an action of the City Council in order to continue with the agenda.
Councilmember Lynn has a quick question. She said it won't take that long. Go ahead.
Okay, Director Light. So my question is, there's a $300,000 that we are going to we are setting aside $300,000, and I'm looking at the audit on July 22nd, 2021. I guess you're telling me that we brought in $850,000. That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we are now changing from 100 to 300 because we believe that they can find additional revenue from that sales tax.
Can you repeat your question? I want to make sure I heard it correctly.
So from $100,000, we're changing it to $300,000. And I understand that this is just the, what is it called? The contingency fee. But are we expecting Bradley Burns to find additional revenue for, I don't know, the upcoming years?
Yes, that is our hope. As proven, probably not to the degree of what they've been successful in the last year and a half. As you noted, in the last year and a half, 2 years, they've identified $850,000 of revenue that was not properly allocated to the city. They are doing ongoing reviews for misallocations. And so we anticipate they will still capture new revenue for us. We don't know how much because it's an ongoing effort. So the $300,000 represents two components. One component of the service relates to their analysis and reporting and consultation with us. That information is incorporated in our budget development. That portion is very inexpensive. It's $750 per month and $250 for the Measure F portion. So this contract is very cost effective. The rest of it, as you noted, is really on a contingent fee basis. So to the extent they collect on our behalf new revenues, they will get 15% of the revenue for a certain number of quarters. And then after that, the city doesn't pay for the contingency fee anymore.
Okay, and how often do we do audits on sales tax?
They do it on a regular basis. So it's an ongoing activity for HDL on our behalf, monthly, quarterly, on an ongoing basis. Because as you can imagine, we have new businesses that start or that terminate. And so that's really important, or even the allocation of countywide pool as well. So they are doing this audit on our behalf on a regular basis. And again, that work is not paid until we receive new revenue identified by their effort. So the contingency fee basis is really cost effective for us.
Okay. So our last audit that I see on here is July 22nd. Do we have the most recent audit and what are the findings?
Oh, no. This is since July of 21 is when we entered into a contract with HDL for the purpose of sales tax. And so from that period, from that point in time to now, which is about a year and 4 months, 2 years and 4 months, we've had them under contract. They have brought in $850,000 of new revenue. Does that make sense? So it's not like our year-end audit where they come in and they conduct a specified body of work. HDL has staff that's conducting review and audits on our behalf on a regular basis, identifying retailers that should be allocating to us, or et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Land. Would you like to make a motion?
Yes, with that, I'd like to motion to approve C6.
Okay, I needed to make a public comment. Is there any comments from the public on this item? Seeing.
Of course, we're fair. What's due is due. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion by Councilmember Lin and second by Vice Mayor Chua. All those in favor?
Aye.
Everybody, let's just say aye. Consensus? Okay. Aye. All right, that one passes. So now we're moving on to announcements and future agenda items. So any announcements from our city manager?
No announcements tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And council members have any announcements? Vice Mayor Chua.
There is a request from the residents to bring back the bingo and the tour for the seniors over at the senior center. So,
thank you. The tour?
The trip, senior trip.
Okay. So,
okay.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so anyone else have any other? Yeah, I have one and I want to request for a parade on Main Street to be placed on the list. I have a request to be a parade for on Main Street to be placed on the list? Vice Mayor Chua,
I mean,
is there a consensus? Say yes.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Sorry, Mayor, I need more context for parade.
It's the parade.
To be placed on the list.
The request is for a parade on Main Street to be placed on the list.
Yes or no?
Well, I don't know what parade is.
Well, that's why we're gonna just to be placed on the list so we can discuss it.
Well, I'll abstain. I don't know. Parade for what? For special occasion?
On Main
Is there some-
Street, this is a parade for Main Street. I mentioned that. Yes, yes or no? This is it's just a request to be placed on the, you know how we have our list that we vote on?
Right. But for example, if I say, hey, I want this on my list, this is the context of it.
Okay,
but-
you know how Councilmember Lynn wants a multicultural event? We said yes. So now I'm asking for a parade on Main Street.
Okay, yes.
Okay, then it just goes on the list and then we get to vote whether we want it or not. At the end of the day, we get to vote on it, yes or no. Okay, Councilmember.
Vice Mayor Chua. Councilmember Leanne.
Sure, yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Like a random parade, like just cause?
We
No,
used to
I know
have
what a
Frontier
parade
Day,
is.
we used to have Frontier Days and a lot of people have been asking me, they want to see Frontier
Like-
Days back in Milpitas on Main Street.
Just cause?
No, because we used to have it. It was part of our history. Frontier Days Parade. We
No,
can just,
I'll pass on
Okay.
that. It's a nay.
all right.
And Mayor Montano.
And I am an A. Yes. Okay. Yay. I want to say yay. Yes. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.